or viewing at home will be starting in about 5 seconds time.
All right, folks, welcome to today's City Council meeting of Tuesday, September the 12th. We're going to start off with our regular scheduled meeting, and as per usual, we're going to start off with the singing of O Canada. So let me start by reading the bio of our singer, Claire Foley. Did I get that right? Yeah. Okay, good. Claire is a 13-year-old singer and actress. She began voice training at the age of 6. She joined Linishand Productions at the age of 8, and most recently she performed as Mary Poppins with the Yellow Door Theatre Project. She was a scholarship winner at the Niagara Festival of Performing Arts. Claire participated in the TD Niagara Jazz Festival this year and was the winner in her age category. Good job. She also plays baseball and volleyball and trains in ballet and jazz. Well, I don't know when she has time to do any singing. So let's welcome Claire to sing the national anthem this afternoon. I'd ask everyone to please stand. And is the little light on there, Claire? Just want to make sure the little light. Yes, it is? Okay, it's on. We're all ready for you.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see they rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Claire. That was fantastic. You could tell you put everything into it that you had. You were one with the anthem. It was obvious.
Thank you.
You made us proud. It's obvious you've got a real calling. You've got a real gift there. We want to say on behalf of the City Council and all the residents that were watching you at home, thank you. You're great.
Thank you so
very
much.
Well done. Now you're welcome to hang out. You know, it's a real exciting meeting. No? Okay. No one's taken me up on that offer. Nobody. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so moving along. Yeah. You have different talents, Mr. CAO. Okay, next up is our land acknowledgement and our traditional Indigenous meeting opening. We'd like to acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for millennia before us. I'd now like to invite Brian Kahn, who's a local artist of Métis descent and an advocate in the Indigenous community, to share his testimony.
Tansi, Brian Kahn, Natishikashan, Niagara Falls, Nowicken, Netaniska, Wakamakana, Gilene Wak, Mushkagewak, Métis. So, hello and greetings to all. My name is Brian Kahn. I live in Niagara Falls, but my ancestors, they come from the north, from the far north. They are the Moose Cree, and I am Métis. So I'm going to start the meeting today with what is known as a traditional opening. And we don't know what your day was like as everyone gathers here in the meeting. Somebody may have had a fight with a spouse member, or someone may have cut them off as they were driving to the meeting. So if we all come together in a good way and a good mind, and think of all the great gifts that have been given to us by the Creator. So with that, I call to Kisimando, the Great Spirit, the Creator. And we are thankful to Him for all of the gifts that He has given to us. And the greatest of those gifts is the gift of Mother Earth. And through her, we are given additional gifts, plants and medicines that grow from the ground. And we're grateful to each and every one of them, for they nourish us and they heal us as we continue through our journey. We're grateful to the Tree Nation, because the Tree Nation, trees stand tall and proud, and they provide us with the materials to make our homes. Traditionally, they provided the materials to build our fires for staying warm and for our ceremonies. The trees and the forests and the lands are also a place for all the two-legged, the four-legged, the swimmers, the crawlers, the flyers, and we are grateful to each and every one of them. And when I think of all of those gifts that the Creator's given to us for us to use, we must be reminded that as we come across an item that we want to harvest, that we don't take the very first one that we see, whether it's a plant or an animal. We don't even take the second one that we see. It's not until we find the third that we realize that there is enough for those who follow behind us, whether it's those who followed the next day or those who followed for generations to come. And those are the teachings of my ancestors. We are grateful for the four winds that blow and the four directions that surround us. With that brings the change of season and new opportunities. At this time, it is a time of harvesting of those plants. And with that, we take one of the sacred medicines, tobacco, and we lay it on the ground as a gift to Mother Earth for giving us that opportunity to grow and nourish that plant or that medicine, which ultimately comes back to us. So we're grateful for that harvest that we have. Living in Niagara, we're surrounded by water, and the water is so important. It makes up a good part of our body, and it also provides us with refreshment throughout the day. But more importantly, it is through water that we have our very first homes. Before we were born, we lived within water, within our mothers, so we're grateful to that water. I look to the sky and I see Brother Sun. He's out there and he provides us with light and warmth. Whether he's shining bright or whether hidden behind the clouds, he's there, and we know he's there, and we are grateful to him. At the night skies, Grandmother Moon, she shines high and strong and bright, and we are grateful for the gifts that she brings to us. But with that, we are grateful how she influences our bodies and influences the waterways, so that through Grandmother Moon, through the water, and through the women of our nations, that our future generations are born. We are grateful. And finally, I look to the night sky, and I see the stars that are out there. And I am told that those stars are our ancestors. They're watching over us, they're guiding us, they're leading us along our journey. And so with that, I would say, hi, thank you, merci, miigwech.
Thank you, Brian Kahn. Next up, so now in camera, Mr. Clerk, we haven't done that, so.
Sure, I can explain.
Yep, please.
The next item on the agenda is the in-camera sessions of council. We do have two resolutions to be passed this evening. The first one is for tonight's reasons to go in camera. However, we do have a consultant waiting to speak to business development report. So it was suggested that we withhold going in camera this evening until after the planning public meeting, which is scheduled at 5:30. So that's the first resolution. The second resolution is just to have council pass a motion to go in camera on two different occasions. September 19th, that is an education session for a continuation of the strategic priorities plan that was taking place earlier this year. And then the second one on October 18th, and that is another education session for council dealing with the Walkerton Clean Water Training. So there are two resolutions to pass. We could go ahead and do those now, but we'll refrain from going in camera until after the planning public meeting advertised at 5:30.
Motion, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Motion from Councillor Pietrangelo,
Mr.
second
Mayor?
by Councillor, Newestag. Yes, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been explained to me that we can pull some of the topics that go in camera, so I would like to move the motion that we go in for the September 12th one, but I'd like to make a motion to move the in-camera piece of the educational purposes as it pertains to the new Strong Mayors legislation. I asked those questions in open council, and I think it would be very transparent of us to talk about it. It's an educational session. It's not legal. It doesn't have to go into in-camera, so I would move that we
Well, we have a
talk about
motion
that.
already on the floor, so I'll go to our clerk for some direction on this, and our CAO. don't know if Ms. Pignarti's here too. Yes, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, well, there she is there. Nidhi is available online to speak to that matter. This was a recommendation from herself that topic be discussed in camera, so I'll let her speak to the item.
Ms. Pignarti, I don't know, did you hear yes, you did? Okay. So did you want to weigh in?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair, the questions that were asked about the Strong Mayors Act were purely legal educational. The questions, just to repeat, are what are local boards under the Municipal Act? What does Section 23.1 of the original Municipal Act say about delegation? Which staff can it be delegated to? Can a veto be exercised on the same day, or does it have to be at the 2 days? Can the city enact a policy to change the organizational chart powers under the Strong Mayors Act, and examples of retroactive bylaws to the extent that they exist? So these are purely legal educational matters, and I'm not sure what purpose would be served by discussing and reading out the original Municipal Act in open council.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The provincial government has put a process in for municipalities. It has been imposed on it. The whole Strong Mayors Act is a process, and we should be transparent. There are other municipalities, one last night, that had an open session on Strong Mayors with questions and specifics. There's one tonight. There's other municipalities. I really don't understand why it needs to go in. It didn't say legal, it said education, and education does not need to be in camera.
Well, we just received our legal advice, so we have a motion. I mean, the council, you can vote against it, and...
Well, I did put my hand up, but you turned that way first, so the motion came before I had an opportunity to speak. But if that's the way...
Well, we've received our legal advice, so...
But it doesn't say it's legal on the resolution.
Well, she just explained that, though, right? She just explained it's legal advice.
Yeah, yes, I understand that, but the resolution says educational purposes, and they were specific questions about a process that the provincial government has imposed on us. It's not legal, it is educational purposes. But if that's the way that the council will vote, that's fine.
Mr. Clerk?
Despite whether it's legal or educational, the Act does prohibit, or does allow council to go in camera for educational reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It does allow, but we don't have to, and I would like to be transparent to our residents about this process.
Can I just ask, are there specific questions from a resident perspective? Like, I would like to know how a resident served by me reading out to you how the local boards are defined under the Municipal Act, which is publicly available, or how are residents best served by me reading out to you Section 23.1 of the Municipal Act, which I did believe that all councillors should already be familiar with, as that has nothing to do with the Strong Mayors legislation.
Yep, this is going to, as the CAO said, this is going to be council's decision. We received our legal advice. We received some direction from our clerk. And if there's any other comments before we call the vote, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to respond to Ms. Pignarti's question. I do have some questions that were forwarded to me on top of the questions that I asked before, and I think it does go back to the resident. The questions were that there are some mayors out there that have delegated the power back to the council to hire and fire the CAO and the heads of departments and the organizational structure. So I wanted to bring that up. That's purely in the Strong Mayor's power. There was also questions...
The CAO would like to weigh in.
Okay.
Mr. CAO.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, if you have those additional questions, such as, the advantage of a council or a mayor delegating powers back to staff, at the end of the day, the mayor can also cancel that delegation on a, in a second also. So, if we want those type of questions and educational items to it, that's why the lawyer originally said we'll put it in camera, because if you have those follow-up kind of educational questions, do we want to do that in open session? That'd be council's choice, or to do it in closed session so that you can ask those questions. Totally up to you. But the the original assumption was we'd answer those 6 questions. There might be more follow-up questions, and that's why we were treating it more as an educational session that council could have under normal terms. So if there's additional questions you want, you know, if you think that there should be a public, you know, if this should be for public consumption afterwards, maybe it'd be best to do it, you know, request staff to do a report on it, because we also want to be careful, because the legislation is so new, it hasn't been tested, there hasn't been protocol on it. We want to be careful what we say also, you know, to try to answer your questions as best we know at this point in time. And if you want it in a report, that because you want to use that for further public disclosure, we may want to take that as a report back to council, so we can go and get, you know, other verification from outside legal counsel, contact the ministry on how they are determining certain things, and that. So it's totally up to council. If there's going to be follow-on questions and more dialogue, staff's preference is it's done as an educational session in camera. If you want a public record, you know, that's up to council. We can do that. Staff may want to ask for council's relief on answering questions fully, because, like I said, this is new legislation and we don't always have all the answers at this point in time. So it really depends on what the purpose of the session is. If it's just to answer those 6 questions that were done the last time, we'd prefer to go behind closed, you know, behind camera to give council that educational session. But totally up to council. But some of those things that the other councils are doing, you know, there's pros and cons to what they're doing, and that's advice that this council should receive, most likely in camera. And that's not really an educational session at that point in time. That's more obtaining legal advice on how you could structure some of your rules around that.
So council, maybe I'd make a suggestion. Why don't we at this point, based on our legal advice and advice from staff, why don't we start in camera? And if you do have questions, maybe it's a good idea to send them to the solicitor so she can be prepared to answer them. And as staff are saying, they don't have all the answers. They don't know yet. Everyone's trying to figure it out. And I wouldn't base anything based on what another council does ever. I would want us to make our own decisions independent.
Thank
So-
you, Mr. Mayor.
so-
I didn't get these questions until about an hour before we came, so it's not like I've been holding off on them and didn't bring them. And I do agree that we shouldn't be doing what every other council are doing, but other councillors are being very transparent. And even if we ask the questions and we don't have the answers, at least we're asking them in an open, transparent, public way. So if we're going to go in camera and answer them, that's fine. But I really believe it's an educational session that could be held out in open public for everybody to learn from it. Yes, we don't have all of the answers, and then questions will, you'll think of another question, and then you can go into it. It's a process that the province is imposing on us. There's not really a legal perspective on a lot of this stuff of how it's going to be processed, but that's fine.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And moving along to the adoption of the minutes from the August 15th meeting. Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Baldinelli. Any discussion to the minutes? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. I think technically if we miss a meeting, then we're supposed to declare our conflicts at the next meeting. So would I do it now when we're adopting the minutes, or do I do it under conflicts of interest? I can't remember ever having to do this before.
Mr. Clerk? You don't miss too many meetings, so.
I know, that's why.
I think either would be appropriate, so whenever
Yeah,
you're prepared
okay,
to do so.
Sure. So from the August 15th meeting, Your Worship, there was 11.3 and 11.6. 11.3 was the Niagara Region Correspondence. 11.6 was correspondence from the MPCA. They both dealt with a provincial planning statement, and the conflict would be that my family owns lands that can be affected. And also 11.11, it was a memo on AM 2022-17, and my father owns testamentary devised lands. And then I also had a follow-up question from the August 15th meeting, and it would have dealt with PBD 2023-47, which was the employment lands conversion. And this was an application that was city initiated to change over some lands from industrial to residential. One of them would be over by where Project Share is now, and then the other ones would have been over on 4th Avenue. And I would like council really to reconsider the motion. I think that you know, when we look at these areas, I mean, especially the ones that are over by Project Share, there's pretty much all houses there now. I don't understand why we wouldn't do the conversion. I think city staff have it right. When we look at 4th Avenue, we're talking about the ball hockey rink mostly, and there's some other lands there as well. I don't think that they were chemical plants, but even if they do have some level of contamination, I still don't understand why we wouldn't want to get rid of that contamination. By not allowing the city, and again, this is city staff that have looked at the planning map of the city and come forward with the idea that we should be converting these so that we can get rid of these industrial lands. Even if they are contaminated, I still can't for the life of me understand why would we want to leave them as contaminated? Why wouldn't we want to convert them so that someone can go through the process where they can clean up the land and they can repurpose it for something else? I really don't understand that. So I don't know whether or not, I guess staff want to make a comment or any of the other councillors. I would love to make a motion of reconsideration, but I wasn't here. I didn't vote against it. So I can't be one of the ones that make a motion to reconsider it. So, but again, I don't know if planning staff have any comment. I know that any of the landowners can't appeal the decision that council made simply because there was no application made on behalf of any applicant. It was a city initiation. So no one can appeal a city initiative. So only council can ask for a motion to reconsider. But I really think that we should give it another kick at the can, Your Worship, and have a look at it again.
So we will give staff a second to finish their caucus, and we'll find out. No, procedurally, Mr. Clerk, yeah, maybe you can weigh in, buy them more time.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So procedurally, the councillor did touch on the fact that a motion to reconsider must be moved and seconded by councillors that voted with the majority in the matter. Also, the procedural bylaw goes on to state that it must be made by notice of motion. So if we do have a councillor, or in this case, 2 councillors that would want to move and second that motion for reconsideration, we could do that later on in the agenda under notice of motion. And again, it would need 2/3 majority.
Okay. So we'll, yeah, I was just going to ask staff, do you have a question, or you? Oh, yeah, go ahead, fire off on Councillor Maldonado.
Just on the motion of reconsideration, is it possible, is the reconsideration actually splitting the two?
The 2 properties, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, so the one was George Street, and the other one was 4th Ave, I think?
Yes.
You
So-
can do that, I think, when it all comes forward, you can split the motion.
Is it possible?
Yes, it is. You can split them, absolutely. We can vote on them separately.
Okay, I'd be in favor of that.
Yep, okay. Ms. Dolch, did you want to weigh in on the comments by Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thank you, Your Worship. So as council's aware, we did support the conversion of those, both sides of the property to residential. In terms of the 4th Avenue side, we had one resident that evening speak in favor, looking to see if his property would be included in part of that conversion to residential. The other side, we had a little more objection from some residents. So just to obviously let council know that as a recap. In terms of, I know Mr. Mattson has advised on how it has to be reconsidered. It's not something we can bring back. Obviously, only council can bring that back if they choose to do so.
Now, what about for the residents, like, so, right, that were,
Notice of motion, and that's the notice.
okay, so this will be a notice, not actually a motion tonight? Or are you suggesting, what do you suggest? I wasn't sure how I was taking that, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, so as stated in the procedural bylaw, it would have to come forward as a notice of motion. So if that passes, it would then be brought forward next meeting
Got
on the agenda.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Coco.
Mr. Mayor, would we notify the residents and the public, other than the notice of motion on the agenda? Is there a way for us to notify
I
people?
would think so. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, I would think that would be the most appropriate action, and working with planning staff, we would seek to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's great. Yes, Councillor Newstead.
And would they be able to speak again to the same matter
Yes, they
as they
would.
did last time?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, everybody could speak to it. So any other questions? But now, we would need someone to make, okay, now who? At the end of the agenda. Okay, got it, okay. Was there anything else under disclosures?
No, not for this meeting, or sorry, not for the August 15th meeting.
Okay, or today's?
Well, today's yes, but we're not there yet, right? Because we're still dealing with the adoption of the minutes.
Oh, right, okay, I gotcha. So we'll do it separate, okay. Is there any other comments to the adoption of the minutes from the August 15th meeting? Did we vote on it, Mr. Clerk? We did. Did we have a motion?
We have a motion by Councilors Patel and Baldwin.
Right, Patel and Baldwin, that's right, okay. So we'll call the vote now on the minutes from the last meeting in August. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you. Now, disclosures of a pecuniary interest for tonight's meeting. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Same provincial planning statement, Your Worship. It's 8.3 PBD 2023-55. Same conflict. My family owns lands that can be affected. And also under 11.4, the Niagara Region. This deals with the employment lands from Queen Elizabeth Way all the way over to Stanley Avenue. It's a conflict I've declared before. It's listed as PDS 24, 2023. And again, my parents own land that can be affected.
Okay,
I'll hand these over to the clerk.
okay, thank you for that. Any other disclosures? Okay, seeing none, we'll move along to everyone's favorite part of the meeting. Yet, we're already there. The mayor's remarks. So first off, with obituaries, sympathy to the families of Irene Collee, the mother of Doug Collee of our fire prevention office, and also sympathy to the family of Colin Barney Ruddell, our retired deputy fire chief who just this weekend passed away. Birthdays, you may or may not be aware, but September is the most popular birthday of all the months for birthdays. We've got, we even have some staff, some regional councillors here, and starting off, Regional Councillor Bob Gale, September 2nd. Our solicitor, Needy Panyarty, September the 11th. General Manager of Planning, Kira Dolch, September 17th. Regional Councillor Kim Crater, September 22nd. General Manager of Corporate Services, Shelley Darlington, September the 23rd. Councillor Wayne Thompson, September the 24th. Who else has a building named after them? Dave Etherington, our Director of Information Services, September the 24th. Our CAO, Jason Burgess, September the 25th. Our General Manager of Rec Culture and Facilities is September the 30th. So we have a lot of birthdays in September.
Is that why you guys wore the same suit?
We did. We tried to match up. And then my birthday was September the 6th. So, and most of my kids' birthdays are all September 2. I don't think we have it. I don't think we have it. Yes, Councillor Campbell.
It's kind of ironic that it's 9 months after New Year's Eve.
I never thought of it, but you're right. That's right. That's right. So, you know, after the Christmas season and all that, celebration, and there you have it. It's a busy September. So, and I'd also like to acknowledge Regional Councillor Joyce Morocco in the audience here today. Thanks for being here. It was a full day at the region today as well. So starting off with AMO, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, which was held in London. I was there with our CAO and our Director of Economic Development, Serge Felicetti, and we were joined by Councillors Newestag, Patel, and Lococo. Thank you for all of you for joining us. We did have meetings with the Minister of Transportation, and I met with the region with the Minister of Infrastructure. There was a lot of networking going on, a lot of good sessions, a lot of discussions with ministers and other elected officials from around the province, and a good exchange of ideas and best practices. So thank you to everyone for being at AMO in London. Niagara United Soccer Club celebrated their 50th anniversary, and you see we got some pictures up on the video screen. 50 years, hard to believe. Great example of great partnerships where the city and the soccer club together partnered on an artificial soccer turf, first one in the city, and it's proved to be hugely successful and very popular. Yeah, yes, and former City Councillor Paisley Janvary, who has a trail named after her, right? We've got some great things here. Big proponent of soccer, one of the original board members, and great to have her out there at the event as well. Our firefighter recruit graduation took place recently. I think we have a photo there too. So we've got a number of new recruits that'll help keep the city safe. And of course, I was joined by our fire chief as we welcome them on to the best team in the province or the country, right, Chief? We also had the Niagara Falls Irish Festival, which took place at Fireman's Park. And I know that I was joined by Councillors Lococo and Patel. Is that right? I'm not missing anybody. So that day I was Diodati. That day they went through a lot of Guinness. And matter of fact, they sold out of Guinness a couple of times. I didn't know that. Yeah, I can't believe that either. You're a big Irish guy. So it was a great event. It was so successful. They're already making plans for next year, having an expanded festival. Fireman's Park, I got a feeling that's going to end up being one of the preeminent Irish festivals around town. So looking forward to that growing. We had St. Paul's Evangelical Lutheran Church final service. I was joined by Councillor Lococo. You can see her in the front row there, right by the piano. She was singing her heart out that day, and it's a beautiful church. It's sad to see that it's closing, but beautiful. So there's some new owners. They've got some new uses for it. So that was the final mass. We did give the key to the city this past week to Fred Fox, the brother of Terry Fox. I was joined by Councillors Newestag, Lococo, and Thompson. And what a thrill, because in 1980, Councillor Thompson, who was Mayor Thompson, received Terry Fox along with Jay Triano. They went to university together at Simon Fraser a long time ago, and it was amazing. Also in 2016, we had Fred Fox here when we named Terry Fox Way out front of the Gale Center. Oh, this year or that year? In 2016. Real neat story, and you know, this marathon of hope, and it was Terry Fox's goal that we'd live to see the day when there'd be no cancer, and that we'd raise $1 for every Canadian, and now they're at 850 million and counting for cancer research. Bless you. And what's really interesting too is if Terry Fox was dealing with his cancer today, he'd have an 80% chance of survival. So it does work. It raises money and awareness, and it does make life a lot better for anyone that's suffering. We had the so anyway, we're really happy to do that. And I got to tell one quick sidebar story. We were also joined by Gord Singleton, who was there that day, and this was a kind of funny story. He said he lost out in 1980, and you remember the time, he held the world cycling record, and of course we didn't go to the Olympics that year. We boycotted them, so he never got a chance to go win medals for his country. And that year he lost out to Terry Fox as Canada's Athlete of the Year for the country. He lost out to Terry Fox. He goes, and then he went on to lose the next 2 years to Wayne Gretzky. So he said, who's got that story that they can tell? Three-time runner-up. So thank you for everyone for being there for that. FH Leslie Playground ribbon cutting. You know, it was sad that we had vandalism at our FH Leslie Pool Parkette downtown. And I was joined that day by Councillors Newestag, Lococo, Baldinelli, and Thompson. And of course, Councillor Thompson used to be the lifeguard down there, keeping everybody safe.
You have that picture?
But I don't have that picture here, but I do have one. And so this time he kept everybody safe in the splash pad. So it was a little bit different this time, but it was good. The kids from Valleyway School were there, and we want to thank them. They were great. They came and brought a petition to City Hall saying that it was really important that this be replaced. And of course, this City Council, along with our staff, expedited the project, got it done in times for the school year. So we're really happy about that. Heaters Hero. So, Heaters Heroes, and we'd like to welcome back our city councilors, Pietrangelo and Strange. First off, I'm just glad that they're still talking to each other. You know, after a month of close quarters in a little tiny rundown camper that leaked, it didn't smell so great. And for anybody not really appreciating, there in that picture, you can see the blue rubberized track at Oaks Park. As they finished their 1,000-kilometer journey through the Bruce Trail, through mud, stone, roots, bugs, spiders, webs, snakes, rain, tall grass, you name it, these guys dealt with it. They had sores on their feet, they had physical injuries. They were really beat up. You can see how much weight they lost. My gosh, I almost didn't recognize these guys, especially Councillor Pietrangelo.
He's wearing his grade 9 suit. Just to let you know, okay, he lost 3 less pounds than I did.
Wow.
Right. That's what I said.
Yeah. But you're wearing your confirmation suit, which is great. We're glad you're getting some good
Grade 6 suit, yeah.
grade 6 suit. And these guys, I just want to say, we can't say enough about what they did. First of all, they raised more than $50,000 for Ronald McDonald House. Yeah. For Ronald McDonald House in Hamilton, and also for cancer research, children's cancer research, and that's the near and dear thing to their heart. And they were joined that day. We had a massive crowd at Oaks Park. Everybody was there to greet them. The fire trucks, like everybody, it was a great homecoming. And they were joined by city councilors Lococo, Newesteg, Baldinelli, and Thompson. You had all sorts of people there, well-wishing and happy and proud. And, you know, to run 33 kilometers a day. And I remember, you know, I was staying in touch with them throughout the run, and I asked, what do you do when you get those big sores on your feet? And Councillor Pietrangelo said, you just keep running until it doesn't hurt anymore. And the reason they wanted to quit many times, and I could imagine there'd be a lot of reasons why you'd want to quit. And they realized that these kids that are suffering, they don't have that option to quit. You know, to give up is to say, that's it, the battle's over. And they never, ever gave up. And they took a month of their personal time to do this every day. And I can't tell you how proud I know we all are of their effort and what they're doing for the future. And when we see what's happening in cancer research, we realize this actually matters a lot. And it gives people a lot of confidence to know their community's behind them, and they're willing to sacrifice along with them for their cause, the cause they didn't choose. So these guys chose to go through this battle in order to support all the people going through their battle. I just want to say on behalf of the council and everybody in Niagara Falls and everybody touched by cancer, and that means not just the people with cancer, but all the people that are associated, their families and their support, and there's a lot of people involved. We just want to say thank you. You guys are awesome. We really appreciate that. Yeah, and Tony Baldinelli, I know you were driving the truck for a few weeks. I remember he was driving Miss Daisy. So maybe we could just get a little bit of insight. So I understand that you're making food for them. So this guy Tony was going for a few days to help out. He ended up being there for a few weeks. He just couldn't get enough of it, and they had their dog Gypsy. They had to take care of, and then he was making meals. And Tony was so passionate. He was telling me about he'd go out and buy their food and have their every 10 kilometers their food and healthy food, and he wanted to make sure they got good deals on the food. And he said that they weren't the best conditions for preparing the food because this motorhome had seen its better days about 80 years ago. And so maybe Councillor Baldinelli, anything you want to share about your support of the journey? Then I'll go to the boys.
I enjoyed every minute, but just a correction on your part. There was never ever any question about quitting. I would actually, when Victor had that big sore on his foot and then let it fester a little bit too long, there was no way that he was going to quit. I asked him to stay back one day just to let it heal, and all I ever heard was for both of them was that they go through a lot worse than we are. So there was no question about ever quitting. And to take care of them was just my honor. I was just a volunteer. They did all the work. I just picked them up, fed them, and made sure they got their rest. And I got to run a mile in their shoes to understand what they really went through. And I congratulate both of them.
Awesome. That was great. I understand that you sang them lullabies at night, tell them get to sleep. That was really nice of you in Italian. So maybe we could ask you guys, maybe if you can just share a little bit with us about your journey. And are you talking? You're still talking. That's the main thing.
Yeah, we're still talking. Well, you know what? It was a roller coaster ride. You know what I mean? And just up and down, and both of us were hurting at different times, and kind of pushing each other, right? And just, going through it, and anytime one of us wanted to quit or got mad, we would just kind of talk each other down. And we got lost the one day. He wanted to call the OPP on us. We were lost. I didn't have, my phone went dead. He left his phone in the RV, so we didn't have the app. And then, you know, we didn't even know where we're going. I was going the wrong way. He was yelling at me that I was going the wrong way, so we went the other way. And then finally, 45 kilometers later, we found Tony at the campground. So he was going, "You don't know what you did to me. I've been phoning all over what I was supposed to do." Because, you know, if you fall where we were in the Georgian Bluffs in Owen Sound, you would really, really hurt yourself. And you know what, it was kind of ironic. We ran into Andrew Bryce, we were running down, and he's coming he's part of one of the crews who was actually just walking the one stage to stage on I can't remember whereabouts it was, in Sydenham?
Beaver Valley.
Beaver Valley. So that day we're going over, you know, ski resorts and stuff like that, and just to run into him, I was like, "Oh my God, what are you doing here?" I felt like we were just in the twilight zone. Like, how are you doing here? And we ran into three women that were walking, and they've been trying to do it for 12 years, and they're like, "We're from Niagara Falls." We're the only people we saw them that day, and we're like, because you hardly ever see anybody on the trail, because depending on the weather, and they've been doing it for 12 years trying to do this. So and one's friends with Vic's mom, and they're just like so excited to see us. And we're like, "We're from Niagara Falls. We're from Niagara Falls." So it was nice, and we got through it, right? You know, and there's so many times where I remember a couple people said, you know, and the bets weren't on Vic a couple times because of his feet and other stuff he was going through, and I remember them saying that about me too. You know, saying that's impossible, and you know, you turn the impossible and make it possible especially what these children are going through. So, hats off to Vic, because he was a champ out there. He really was.
That's awesome. That's awesome. He said he had to carry you a few times. Is that true?
That's true.
Just when we saw a snake, that's it.
He's afraid of snakes.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I really don't have too much to add. I mean, it was quite the journey. You know, like Mike said, there was a lot of ups and there was a lot of downs. I think there was a lot more ups than downs, though. And, you know, it was nice to be able to do it with someone, especially someone that was experienced like Mike. He's been through it all before, you know, so he would just continue to tell me that, you know, whatever you have now is going to pass. Don't worry, you'll get a stronger rake somewhere else, and then you'll forget that you had that pain there. And basically, that's what happened.
I brought a hammer with me. I hammered his thumb, so it shouldn't.
That's right. Yeah. Tony was amazing when he came up. He really changed our nutrition. Like, you know, we were eating a lot of food, but fuel food is very important. So when he came, he brought a lot of stuff from his garden, which I absolutely love. Fresh vegetables, fresh fruit. Those kind of things, and those were really important. But I think one of the best parts about it, and I know I mentioned it at Oaks Park, is I've never really raised money for nonprofits before, but you know, the older I get, the more I realize that when you have worthy causes, you really need a champion out there, you know, to step forward and to do that kind of stuff. And really, that's Mike. I mean, I know I came along with him this time. But it's Mike, and I give him a lot of credit for doing that. And Stem Cell Research for Childhood Cancer and Ronald McDonald House, they're really both two organizations that you pray to God that you never have to use, but you're very thankful when you actually do get, if you do have to use them. So it was great to be a part of Your Worship, and it's always nice to be home.
Awesome. Awesome. Well said, guys. Thank you. Proud to have you guys on this council. And then the day after they had their big event, we had the annual charity barbecue at the Serbian Hall, which was great. We had good attendance, a lot of sponsors. I want to thank all council was there. And it was at the Serbian grounds, and I just want to say thank you to the Serbian grounds. I mean, they're great, you know.
That was a great event.
Yeah, and well, I'll tell you, they're great partners to work with, right? They're very generous, very giving, and also specifically, in addition to the money that we raised $30,000 that day. Mike and Armelina Glavchich donated $1 million to the hospital, which was unbelievable. So how about a big hand for those residents there? That's their daughter Joy, and that's Denise, the manager of the Serbian hall. But big, great event, and we learned a lot of things. We had a couple of hundred volunteers, but we learned a lot of things. We'll make it better for next year, you know, with the traffic and the parking and whatnot. But just want to say thank you to all the staff too that helped. A lot of people did a lot of work to make that happen. And again, why? We do it for our community. There's the fire truck pull. So I do have to say, our firefighters had a team. The Niagara Regional Police had a team. We had like close to 20 teams. And the funny thing was that I know the fire department guys were saying, listen, I don't care if Brock Badgers win, if the high school kids win, we just don't want to get beat by the police. And so I was with the police chief yesterday at a couple of conferences we were at together, and we were talking about it, and he said, yeah, well, we know how it works. It's called air brakes, and the fire department knows how to use them. So there's good rivalry, and the good news was the more teams, the more money we raise, so we like the rivalry. 35,000 pound fire truck, and I want to thank our chief Zambito. He ran the whole show, and he kept everything going. Nobody got hurt. We had lots of fun. A few egos got bruised a little bit, but other than that, we had a good time. Chief, is there anything you wanted to add about the fire truck pull?
Thank you, Your Worship. It was a lot of fun. I think there was a lot of people. I was actually surprised the amount of people that came out from the community, and 18 teams that pulled in the fire truck. We raised over $8,000 just in the fire truck alone, and it was a great day. The weather cooperated, and we had an amazing team. So it couldn't have been done just by one. It was done by many. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, we were worried because when we were at... He did not deny the air brake allegation, right? And I want to say, because when we were at the box run the day before at Here's Heroes, we were worried it was saying 70% chance of rain. So I was thinking, this isn't good. It turned out it was a beautiful day. So thankfully it worked out really well. So council representation, I want to thank Councillor Patel representing the city at the ONAM celebration with the United Carolites of Niagara and the ONAM celebration of Mass Niagara. Thank you for doing that, Councillor. I want to thank, and also we had a regional councillor Morocco was at one, groundbreaking ceremony for 55 plus active adult lifestyle community. So it's great when whoever's there can pick up the slack if it happens. We appreciate that. Flag raisings. So we've got some photos. The first one was Restoration Day for Dominican Republic, and you can see we're joined by Councillor Patel, and Councillor Morocco was there too. Ukraine's Independence Day, I was joined by Councillor Lococo. We had Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. We were joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Thompson, Patel, and Councillors Pietrangelo and Strange virtually while on their run. So that was important to them, and it was difficult getting a signal, but it's funny how it just worked out right when we needed it. So we appreciate all of you for cancer awareness, childhood cancer awareness. Also, we had Polycystic Kidney Disease Awareness Day, and we were joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Thompson, and Patel. We had some grand openings and business happenings. We had Christina's Colors 10th anniversary. Unbelievable. I remember being there for the grand opening. Now it's the 10-year anniversary. Unbelievable. We had the grand opening of Metro grocery store here in the city of Niagara Falls. So it's great. We've got one in the southwest part of the city, and they had a huge opening. Really happy for them and everyone that lives in that end of town. We had the opening of High End Cannabis, and I was joined that day by Councillor Patel. Also, we had the opening of Hazukido. I was joined by Councillors Thompson and Patel. And Hazukido and Regional Councillor Crater was with us as well. That is basically high-end croissants filled with everything you could think of. They were delicious, and they're in the food court of the casino, of the Falls View Casino. And last thing to mention is our next regular council meeting is Tuesday, October the 3rd. So that concludes everyone's favorite part of the meeting. And now we move on, Mr. Clerk, to deputations presentations. And are we at 6.1 now, Mr. Clerk? Okay, so I would now ask our, yes, Councillor Lococo?
If there's a presentation, I'll wait for the presentation, sorry.
Okay, so now we've got a presentation. I would ask our Manager of Business Development, Angela Davidson, if she would introduce the next aspect of our agenda.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor Diodati and Council. For those of you that I have not met, my name is Angela Davidson, and I'm the Manager of Business Development. In August of 2022, the Business Development Department retained Stiletto Consulting to help us create an economic development strategy. Over the past 12 months, we've done a variety of research and analysis, stakeholder outreach to the business community, and we've come up with some great opportunities and recommendations to guide our work plan over the next 5 years. We're very lucky today to have Stiletto Consulting with us virtually to do a presentation. It's a high-level executive summary presentation of the strategy. So I would like to introduce Laura O'Blennis and Tara Sutton, who are going to be providing the presentation for us, and then we are available to answer any questions afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
There we go. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, terrific. It's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon, Mayor, councillors, and all of the wonderful city staff in attendance at this council meeting. Thank you for the opportunity, Angela, to join the team in running you through what we've put together. We are a strategic planning firm specializing in economic development strategies, cluster development, ecosystem building throughout Canada and in the US. And have been delighted to work with Angela and Serge and the full team to put this together. And with me today is Tara Sutton. Tara is project lead and has been working closely with the team on this project as well. So we'll just dive right in and walk you through what you'll find in the strategy and the report, and certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have once we go through the presentation. So next slide, please. So what we'll talk a little bit about the process, some of the key findings, some pillars. We have 4 strategic pillars, 4 strategic sector focus areas, and then we'll talk a little bit about the alignment of what we've put together for the plan around some of your council priorities, including sustainability, customer service, and economic diversity and growth. And then again, certainly happy to answer any questions you might have. Next slide. So a bit about the process, and we'll just go right to the next slide. About 236 stakeholders have been consulted. And if we can just go back to that slide, we had about 185 survey responses, 5,000 data points that we studied and analyzed, a number of interviews, 4 focus groups. This is part of our standard process that we would go through as we're working with communities to build economic development strategies for impact. And really great insights, really great feedback, in addition to the engagement that we would have had directly with individuals in the community. We would have also leaned on our market research expertise and looked at what's happening in other jurisdictions, studying other global ecosystems that would be comparative to Niagara Falls, even though it's quite unique in a lot of ways. We studied a number of different other areas as well to try and identify some ways that we can diversify the economy in a very productive way for the future, and that's embedded into the recommendations as well. Next slide. And we'll go right into the next slide. So we'll talk about some key findings. So there's 4 key things that I'll highlight here, and then I'll talk about the 4 pillars and the strategic sector. So a few conclusions. Expanding the tourism sector is really important. We know tourism obviously is a very important component. There's other strategies specifically around tourism, but we would be remiss if we didn't highlight this from a broader economic development opportunity. When you look at exemplars like Banff and Lake Louise, specifically even just in the Canadian context, prioritizing smart tourism and business plans, introducing one-stop digital trip planning, itinerary building and reservations, and other smart tourism efforts really can help bolster economic opportunities. And we'll talk about that both in the pillars and in the strategic sectors. Next slide. The second area that we wanted to highlight is to expand and support growth in advanced manufacturing, and you'll see this as well in the strategic sectors that we'll talk about. Advanced manufacturing, you already have some really great strengths in being a regional leader in advanced manufacturing. 1 in 4 firms in the region is in Niagara Falls working in this area. And you're seeing pretty significant workforce growth between 2015 and 2021 with a gain of employment in this area as well. So we think there's a real opportunity in the advanced manufacturing side to really move both the local and the regional priorities in things like food and beverage manufacturing, supporting electric battery manufacturing, and manufacturing to support the hydrogen plant as well, just to name a few. But there's lots more where that comes from. Next slide. The third component is to diversify the economy. We've talked about tourism, and we'll talk about the 4 sectors in just a second, but the real opportunity as well is around ICT and health. And when we refer to health, we're referring to health and health innovation, not just your health care, but thinking about it from a wellness perspective and a whole health perspective. ICT is really an enabling sector that we want to make sure that we're building capacity in, with some great things happening on the workforce side with your new institution that's going to be there to drive workforce development opportunities. And so, 13% of your total ecosystem assets are in ICT, which is really great to be able to build on that. And then in health, it's the second largest sector by business counts, and seeing the largest business growth, 65 new businesses just in this area in that 6-year period between 2015 and 2021. And so there is evidence that health workers are commuting out of the city. We want to make sure that there's opportunities for them to stay. And so you'll see this in the recommendations as well. Next slide. Then finally, strengthening the ecosystem with marketing and relationship building. There's opportunities to increase marketing efforts from business development to existing and prospective communities. And then also looking at industry clusters, which are the 4 sectors that we think there's potential for. And let's go to the next slide. So there's 4 pillars that we've identified in this strategy that bring all of these pieces together. One is to diversify the economy. The second is to retain and grow existing businesses. The third is to strengthen the ecosystem. And then the fourth is to expand Niagara Falls. I'll just touch on each of them briefly in the interest of time. Certainly if there's, again, any questions or anything you want us to expand upon, we certainly can. So we'll go to the next slide and highlight, diversify the economy. And so what we're talking about here is really what it says. We know that it's in line with some of your priorities you've already identified. Top 3 recommendations, and there's others that you'll see in the report, but it's really about enhancing key sector growth potential, diversifying your tourism, and I'll highlight a couple of things. As I've mentioned, the digital, the smart tourism capabilities, and acquiring and developing business park and employment lands. And that could really support your cluster development. I mentioned at the beginning of the session, we really specialize in cluster development as well, and ecosystem building. And you want to make sure that you've got lands that you could potentially build a business park, a business district, and other areas to be able to house the potential growth in these areas. So really looking at a cluster development plan for the identified priority sectors, working with vendors to increase the digital smart tourism capabilities, and then the growth and development of the music strategy for the City of Niagara Falls. We know that you're also working on a music strategy. The other element you'll see in the report is sort of the connection point to all of the great initiatives that the city's undertaking and how that all kind of supports what we're recommending in some of these areas. Next slide. So retaining and growing existing businesses, this is about helping to support small businesses and entrepreneurship, actively connecting businesses with post-secondary partners. And again, we know that there's already some really great activities in that area. We'd like to see that enhanced. Looking at communication promotional strategy to support economic development and ongoing activities. And then you'll see some strategic example activities, things like, business case studies and impact assessments, working with the hub to create an identifiable network and database of private sector angels. This is something that lots of communities are focused in on, to try and make sure that if companies are building their capacities, that they've got access to that capital. And then obviously your marketing position on the business development side of things, to ensure that you've got the resources to be out in market for those business attraction and expansion opportunities. And next slide. Then strengthening the ecosystem is about really developing that University of Niagara Falls and the Niagara South Hospital as anchor institutions, really leaning into that from a tourism and health and wellness perspective. Looking at labor market assessments in terms of really having a good handle. This wasn't part of the scope of this exercise, but we would certainly recommend having a look at the labor market in a bit more of a detailed way to really understand your future labor market needs, so that you can really leverage that new institution and line up their programming with what the future labor market may be needing. And then, of course, building strategic partnerships in the GTA, getting folks to come in and stay a bit longer in your community would have a huge economic impact and return to the economy. Looking at working with and encouraging large institutions to contribute to the city's goals and bringing them into the conversation is something that works very well in other markets, and with the new institution coming and other partnerships in place with Brock and other institutions that are already in close proximity to the area we think that there's an opportunity here to build on. And then target partners in the GTA within the priority sectors. So if we're looking at ICT and health and advanced manufacturing and tourism, who could we be partnering with in the GTA to make sure you capture that very close proximity in the large market. Next slide, please. And then expanding Niagara Falls, and this is really looking at, expanding that Niagara District Airport, connecting tourists with key assets across neighborhoods, connecting businesses with opportunities for funding to help with more development and expansion projects as you go forward. And then some specific activities within this area is about promoting and marketing the Niagara District Airport to carriers and businesses to really increase that service line, provide incentives that support economic sectors and priorities, including your downtown industrial and commercial land development and mixed-use developments, and encouraging and expanding promotion and marketing of the city assets. There's lots of really great stuff in the city, and it'd be great to get the word out there a little bit more to really tap into that in a more significant way. Next slide. So the target sectors, and I've already highlighted them, but I'll go through these and again quickly showcase a few things that you'll see in the report to get you all thinking. And as Angela said, we've spent considerable time back and forth with the team on these things in terms of what might be able to be achievable and also a bit of a stretch goal. So going to the next slide on tourism, which we've already highlighted a little bit. And this is really looking at trying to really hone in on the workforce share in the city. It's 4 times higher than the national average. You really do have quite something to build on the tourism side. While tourism is the strongest sector by workforce counts, which represents 31% of your workforce, it represents about 10% of your businesses. And so there's an opportunity to really tap in to that existing workforce on the tourism side and really harness new growth potential opportunities on the business side. The land where the marine land currently sits represents an important opportunity for the city to facilitate the major development of a major attraction. So lots and lots of stuff that could be done in this area, which is very exciting. We're very encouraged by this. Facilitate the development of a new major year-round attraction, promote your charter flights, and then strengthening synergies between tourism and the other priority sectors. IT is one that's really cross-sector on the tourism side, particularly to really beef up sort of the digital capacities and capabilities. It would really strengthen your tourism offering for sure. Next slide. Manufacturing, which we've talked a little bit about. We won't rehash those details, but you've got some great workforce and business counts on the advanced manufacturing side. Elevating and promoting the lead industries outside of the area is a key strategy for business attraction. And, you are very close to a large market that doesn't necessarily have the space or capacity. And so this is something that you can certainly offer on the manufacturing side and really harnessing that potential cluster potential. Next slide. ICT and health are the last 2 that we'll cover, and then we'll just talk a little bit about next steps and throw it out for any questions that you might have. So ICT, the University of Niagara Falls is prioritizing ICT in its degree offerings, which is really fantastic news for the city. We're very excited about this. An ICT educated workforce will not only power traditional IT sectors, but it will also really fuel other occupations in health, tourism, and manufacturing, and the other sectors that we're talking about and that we've identified. Data does support how essential IT is in supporting other key sectors, and you do have a number of folks in the workforce to build on. Some other key activities and examples: working with and supporting the hub to create identifiable network database of private sector angels and mentors would be really a great step in the right direction. And a one-stop resource for job seekers and businesses seeking talent is also something that would really help move the needle along in this area. And next slide. And this is the last side of our sectors, and then we'll just talk a little bit about next steps. So on the health side, as I mentioned, it's health and health innovation. We've already talked about the workforce and business counts. There could be an opportunity for a medical business park in some of your industrial lands, looking at the health innovation and incubation space that's run by the hub in a new medical park and putting all the pieces together in kind of like a district sort of capacity, working with and encouraging large institutions like the new Niagara South Hospital to contribute to the city's goals, and really prioritizing local businesses for institutional purchasing agreements, which does happen in other communities and works quite successfully. And so those are the 4 sectors. So you've got 4 pillars, you've got 4 sectors, and now let's talk about how that kind of fits in the alignment, and we'll go to the next slide. Actually, we'll go down 2 slides. Excellent. Just the next one. So navigating the economic landscape, we really looked and studied pretty diligently around some priority areas and making sure things are aligned post-COVID. We know that there was, obviously lots of impact from COVID, and looking at some of the priorities that need to be taken into account, and that's been woven in. And then, making sure that those priority sectors are aligned with your emerging economic opportunities in the city, the province, and beyond, and they are. We'll go to the next slide. When we also look at, the growing, expanding, and diversifying, we know that this was listed as well as a council priority. And so the areas, the technology and IT can be an enabler for the areas that we've highlighted around tourism, manufacturing, and health. And we'll go to the next slide and highlight there around the actual pillars, which were identified in your plan adopted earlier this year around sustainability from a financial, social, and environmental perspective, customer service 2.0, and economic diversity and growth. And we'll go to the next slide. We know that there's a number of strategic initiatives in place, and we'll highlight that as well in terms of how that fits into this plan and how we can leverage some of those other elements for economic growth potential. There's really 3 key things. That we really focused on as well, and your anchor institutions, which is great. And again, that new institution coming and the collaborations with the existing post-secondary institutions in your catchment area is very exciting. Place-based assets, we've talked about, business parks and cluster developments to support the growth in some of those identified sectors will be really important. And then really strengthening that ecosystem and the collaboration among the partners. There's a lot of really great organizations in the community that are doing lots of great things. So really just bringing those folks together and creating alignment will really help move the needle and accelerate, hopefully, the path to success for you. And then the next slide, which is really where we pull it all together. There's a number of existing in-progress activities. You've got the music strategy, your university, the marine land redevelopment, your business park development, your OLG stage at the Falls View Casino, the Niagara South Hospital, your weekday GO train service, and the Niagara District Airport redevelopment. And when we're building our economic strategies, we always look to identify how does this line up with your pillars? We've got the diversify the economy, retaining and growing businesses, strengthening your ecosystem, and expanding Niagara Falls. And so we've put together this table just in terms of keeping the snapshot that many of the existing in progress activities are all also nicely aligned with some of the areas of focus in the pillars that we think will help keep the focus there and move the needle in a substantive way as you proceed from here. And then we'll go to the next slide. And so the target outcomes when we're building our economic strategies, we always want to come back to really making sure that there's elements to support these 4 areas for supporting economic growth and prosperity. And that's about business retention and expansion, making sure there's, efforts in place for business attraction, particularly in the market that you're in and being so close to large markets. The workforce development, making sure we've got the right people with the right skills that are available. And then infrastructure, having the appropriate infrastructure, whether that's lands for development or development itself. Are we ensuring that we're looking at these 4 elements to really set you up for success in the focus areas and with the team as they build out their more detailed work plans from here? So we're feeling pretty good about that. These are the 4 elements that we're hoping that you see some outcomes in driving and supporting business retention and expansion, helping to attract new businesses, making sure your workforce is ready with the skills that they need, and having the appropriate infrastructure in place to support the growth and development of your community from an economic development perspective. And that really wraps up our presentation. With that, we're happy to turn the floor back over to you, Mr. Chair and Mayor, and certainly open it up for any questions or comments from colleagues on council.
All right, thank you very much for that. First up, we've got a question from Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. A lot of work went into this. It's a great report. There's great ideas. and it's very high level. So I feel that this report and the decision is premature of us approving our strategic priorities along with the budget, because there's no budget attached to this. So I'd like to move to defer this until after our special meeting on September 19th about our strategic priorities, so we can talk about this all at the same time, get some idea about budget, and talk about it as the strategic priority. So I move to defer, please.
Can I just make a suggestion before we do that? Because if people have questions to the presenters, they're not going to get a chance to get answers because the deferral is not
I'm
debatable.
fine with questions as long as somebody else doesn't come in and make another motion.
Well, I don't know if there's going to be support for your motion to defer it, but what I'm saying is...
I'd rather vote on it then, please.
Okay.
But we can go through questions. I would just like to vote.
Okay, so we'll come back to you and you can make your motion first. Okay, so do we have questions for the presenters of council or for our economic development staff?
I don't have questions, I have comments, but.
Questions or comments?
Okay. What would be the reason for deferral, Your Worship?
Councillor Lococo, did you want to?
Thank you. I feel that this is a very high-level report, and I feel that it's part of our strategic priorities, and we have our next strategic priorities September 19th. So I'd like to discuss part of those as part of the bigger strategic priorities along with possible budget.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I did want to make a comment, Your Worship. It just is along the lines of something that I've mentioned many times before. I know I've talked to you about it. I talked to our CAO when he first came on, and he asked, you know, and I think he asked all councillors what we felt we could do differently or what we felt we could do better. I think it comes up in terms of diversifying the economy and also expanding Niagara Falls, and it has to do with employment lands. And I understand that, you know, within our city, we probably have a lot of employment lands that are in private hands, but I'm in favor of having employment lands that are in public hands. For a lot of years, it was hard for us to fill these different areas. I know we had the Stanley Avenue Business Center there, and then we had the Montrose Industrial Park, and it took a while to fill it. But now we're full, and we don't have any publicly owned employment lands. And the only way that I can see, Your Worship, to diversify our own economy and to be able to attract business is to have our own employment lands. So I'm very much in favor of the city, you know, even identifying as a strategic priority the fact that we need to go out and we need to purchase land and have another business park. I know that you were in connection with GE. I think GE had contacted maybe perhaps yourself and Mr. Felicetti even before they contacted Welland. They wanted to come to Niagara Falls, except we didn't have 50 acres of serviced industrial land that we could offer to them. So you called the mayor of Welland and actually sent it over there. Yeah, I know. But anyway, Your Worship, that's just one example where we kind of lose out as a municipality if we don't have our own employment land. I know it's identified here. I'm a very strong proponent of it. I hope that we really set it as a strategic priority and that we go out and we acquire lands for our own employment park. So those are my comments.
Yeah, I agree with that. And yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just have a question about the process. It says there were 26 interviews conducted and 4 focus group. So can I get details on who was interviewed and who was part of the focus groups?
Sure. So would that be Laura or Tara or one of you? Did you hear the question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. Responding through you. Thank you, Councillor. So certainly that can be provided in terms of the list of the participants. The focus group participants, we're happy to share from a high level who participated, but in the interest of confidentiality, we don't tend to publish those that participate in those conversations or the details or minutes of them so that they can speak freely and openly. The types of focus groups that we did have, just to give a little bit more context and information, we did do a focus group that was on tourism, that was on other industries and areas of focus, youth council, and other workforce and talent development conversations. And so I guess I would defer to Angela from the staff to comment on process of how we can get that over to you while respecting confidentiality purposes. I'm assuming you'd just like to know who was the groups that were included in sort of the consultation.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, we looked as a department at a variety of stakeholders. For the essence of time, we tried to put those stakeholders into 4 different focus groups. So the focus groups had a number of people in them, and the people that we couldn't fit into the focus groups, we did 26 additional interviews for. So we're happy to provide that to you confidentially if you'd like to see that.
I'm not looking for the names or any details, just what kind question and what was part of the focus group, what they discussed. That's a discussion I'm looking for. That's just people's background, what background they had, who participated in the interviews and focus group. That's the only information I'm looking for.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We can get that to you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I got Councillor Thompson, and then I've got the Coco.
Yes, just the same thing I said a previous meeting about buying industrial land, and we have made so many decisions about land that we own now, and we have approved the sale, and we should do really a job on that and use the money to buy, and on the west side of Stanley for the marine land property industry, and I think we should have industry, and not somebody who has got land for years and come in with apartments or whatever, and somebody says, oh, that has to be industrial employment lands. I think we really have not done a job on this, and I think we should report on the land we have set up for sale, and it never comes out that it is sold, and put that money in employment.
Yep.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, absolutely, it's important. You're bang on, we gotta have employment lands, we gotta have industrial lands, we have to acquire more. I agree
Yeah.
with both of you. Yes, yep, on that point? Yes.
Yeah, just on that point too, Your Worship, I want to say that the way we used to do it was a lot different. We used to, a business would come see the city, we would talk to them, we would negotiate a price, we would sell them a piece of land. Now there's a bunch of, restrictions that are attached to that, almost like a sunset clause. So we tell them, okay, well, if you want a piece of land in our business park, and you're going to have to sign here, and if you don't build it within a certain time, we're going to take back that land for what we bought it for, or for what you paid for it, so that we can we can turn around and sell it to someone else, so that our business parks don't stay empty. So there's a new way of doing it as well. And if we're not in control of our own employment lands, Your Worship, it's going to be very hard to attract industry here. So we need to have our own employment lands. That's a must.
Yep, agreed with that. Councillor Lococo, and then I've got you instead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a bunch of questions as well because it's so high level. Some of my questions, I'll go through them. Under Pillar 1, we talk about the convergence of tech and tourism for smart tourism, digital trip planning hours. What does that look like from the city's perspective? What are we committing to for the tourism portion of that?
Okay, well, we could go, I don't know, would that go to our consultants?
I could go to the consultants, and then if I have anything.
Okay, so Ms. Oblenis and Sutton?
Sure. Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Mayor. So some of the elements that are included in the plan is not necessarily specifically investments that the city would need to make directly. It's more to foster the environment, to encourage businesses in a way that will help them to streamline some of their efficiencies. Some of it may have the potential to leverage other funding that's out there through Provincial, Digital Main Street, and other sort of programs. And so, you know, the element that would happen next is taking the plan that we've put together and building sort of the economic development strategy, and the staff and the team would be putting together a more detailed work plan of the specific elements that they will be undertaking and those that will be undertaking by and with the various members in the community, including the businesses. I don't know, Angela, if you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, I would just say through you, Mr. Mayor, our job would really be to create the environment for the private sector to thrive. So we would work with our existing stakeholders, make them aware of the opportunities that are out there, whether they be funding related, whether they be through working through the hub, through organizations that are creating those innovative technologies. And the hub does have a partnership with the Niagara Parks Commission, where they're going to be demoing a variety of tourism related technologies right in their field. So it's really going to be our department's job to create that environment and create those resources for the private sector to thrive, our current and existing businesses, as well as attracting new businesses. So, you know, when we look at global tourism destinations, there's a lot of technology opportunities that we could be bringing and attracting to Niagara Falls. So that would be another area we'd look at.
Okay, thank you. That leads right into my next question about what does the actively supporting the hub look like?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll speak to this, Laura. So we work very closely with the hub, our Small Business Enterprise Center, as well as our larger department, you know, whether they be through biweekly meetings, the collaboration with startups and companies that go through those doors, and also providing different seminars and webinars to companies that come out of the hub. So we would work directly with them. And we would have very similar goals of really creating that environment for those new startups to thrive. So anything that we could do, we would work together to do that.
Okay, thank you. And I'll bring up budget later, but this is all sort of part of my questions. We talked about building strategic priorities in the GTA and having specific partners. What are we committing to? Will those come back to council? Are they RFPs? Like, what kind of partnerships are they? And who decides on them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the GTA is a major market of attraction for us. So, you know, normally when you think of investment attraction, you may think of companies from the United States, Western Europe. In the past, we've seen a lot of investment from them. What we're seeing over the past 5 years, and especially coming out of COVID, is a lot of the businesses that we're attracting to Niagara Falls are actually coming out of the GTA. And that's for a couple reasons. One, housing and housing prices in the GTA are quite high, and the availability of industrial properties and industrial facilities is at an all-time low. So if we have companies that are potentially exporting to the eastern seaboard that are driving down the QEW every day and going through Niagara Falls, it makes sense for those companies when they look to expand to operate and potentially expand closer to those borders. It's cheaper for them. They can find potentially land or buildings, or that's what part of our goal is as part of our strategy. Their employees can afford to buy homes here, and then they're spending half the amount of time in traffic to get to the border to get to their customers. So for us, building relationships with the GTA would be with people like realtors, manufacturing companies that we already have relationships with, companies that have shown interest in the past that we could potentially follow up with, different trade associations. So I don't see a huge dollar figure that would go attached with that. It's more really that relationship building piece.
Okay, thank you. Under the 8 key initiatives, number 1 was the music strategy. When we were in London at the AMO conference, London is a UNESCO designated music strategy, a music city, and I'm wondering if the UNESCO designation has been thought about for us here in building the music industry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Michael Warshala, our Economic Development Officer, has been the lead on the Music City strategy, and I know he has worked and communicated quite frequently with the London Music Office because they are best practice market for us in the work that they're doing. I'm not sure if they've had conversations regarding the UNESCO designation, but that's definitely something that we could bring back.
Okay, thank you. The number 2 key initiative was the OLG Casino. What does that look like? Obviously, it's here, we want to promote it, but what does that look like in the economic development plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as part of the Music City strategy, we've really identified a variety of assets. Some are city-owned and some are privately owned that can really add to the environment for us to continue to create that Music City strategy and attract continued visitors and investment based on that. And we see the OLG stage as a potential anchor institution for that moving forward. So that's one of the reasons that it's in there.
Okay, thank you. In the slides, it talks about income equality. How would we resolve that other than bringing jobs and that sort of thing? How are we resolving income equality?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, from a very high level, I think, as we look at diversification and growth and we look at our target sectors in Niagara Falls, when we look at acquiring and developing employment and industrial lands, we have a really good opportunity to create above average paying jobs. When we look at our tourism industry and diversifying our tourism industry, and we look at additional smart technologies and new startups, it gives us opportunities as well for new job creation, which can all contribute to income equality.
Great, thank you. On page 12 under tourism, I was confused about the percentage. It says in 2021, it employed 31.3% of the workforce, which is 14,106 people in the tourism sector. I know when we were going through COVID, we heard of 40,000 workers that were affected by COVID. So I'm just trying to reconcile between 14,000 and 40,000. Is 40,000 a regional number?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the 40,000 is regional, and the 14,000 is Niagara Falls specific.
Okay, so 40,000 people in the region were employed in tourism during the pandemic. Got it, thank you. We talk about, under the ICT, Information Communication and Technology, about the university. I know there's going to be a cohort starting in January. There's a lot of concerns worldwide right now, not just Canada or here, but we're looking at accepting credentials. Since it's a private university, how do the credentials work for a student who goes through the university here? What happens with their credentials?
Well, I don't know if that's economic development. Yeah, Mr. Fell said he's going to answer.
Through your worship, they have to get approved. All the curriculum that they provide gets approved by the Ontario's Ministry of Colleges and Universities. So the accreditation is approved by the province, even at the private university, like a public institution is.
Thank you. We talk about diversifying tourism, the whole economy. There's a section on page 30. What does it talk about? Land severages, not severances, severages. What does that mean? Page 30 of the executive report.
Should we go to Soblanis on this one?
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up here. Yeah. Page 30. Can you repeat the question again, please,
It
Councillor?
talks about diversifying tourism and through land severages.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing that. Tara, do you want to comment on that?
Oh, it's bullet number 3, diversify tourism and encouraging planning investment, the third one there. And then it's the very first bullet point, number of initiatives, incentives and opportunities for land severages, etc. What does that mean? Does that mean allowing us to sever property more to encourage
It'd be land division, I guess, would be another way to say it.
Yeah, I think that's
Division of the land, yeah.
Yeah, and it's, we're looking of a key performance indicator metric that that we've worked with Angela and Serge and the team to develop, so that there are some ways to really measure success. So that's an example of a way that you can measure that success.
Through the mayor, so dividing up property is not a plan that we have in place. We still have to follow go through the planning department. We can't just sever land to do this. I just didn't understand why it was in there.
Just to build on what Tara would have said, it's just an example of some things that could be looked at or considered to be able to identify opportunities, as discussed in some of the earlier questions around some of the employment lands and some opportunities there. It would need to be looked at and more due diligence taken into account, but it's an idea and a suggestion on something that could be considered.
Okay, thank you. I guess because the report is so high level, it's hard to get through all of this. I just don't want to say if we approve this that it gives carte blanche for staff to go and follow these directions, that everything's going to come back. I just want to ensure that. My last point is that we want to bring more tourists and visitors to our community with different attractions, and there's an opportunity to partner with the Indigenous community. I know that Niagara Parks is already partnering with the Indigenous community. Niagara and the actual falls are very culturally important to the Indigenous people. Historically, Niagara is one of the largest gathering places. It's one of the most populated trade routes with thousands of Indigenous people passing through. So Niagara Falls tourism, so maybe we can connect with them and look at partnering and collaborating and consulting with the Indigenous community to see if that's something that we can expand to bring different visitors to our community. I think that was all that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, Angela, I demoted you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make one comment regarding the economic development strategy. The strategy that was provided as part of your council package today is a very shortened, condensed, public-facing document. The larger document that we have is over 130 pages and details exactly how we would undertake a variety of these recommendations that have been provided. So there is quite a detailed roadmap. It's not something that we want to share publicly on the internet because it is kind of the internal roadmap and strategy for our department moving forward. But that is available if someone were to want to see it confidentially. And in regards to budget, we're not asking for any budget up front as part of this strategy today. We do have some ideas and goals. Acquiring land and business park development is one of the larger ones, but it's not part of the strategy today, and that would be something that would come back at a later date with a full-scale planning report.
So it's a draft economic development report. It's not asking for anything specific.
No, it's not.
Councillor, I think I had Councillor, no, okay, Councillor Patel.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to commend Ms. Oblenis and Ms. Davidson and Mr. Felicity for wonderful strategic planning report. I think a report outlines everything. Yeah. Two of the major factors that I like about the report is one of the things is target sector is tourism. Our tourism sector is run by the private sector, and as a city, we should have a vision where we want to take our tourism sector. So this way, we are bringing private sector on the table with our vision. We're working with the private sector. So I think we have more control on our tourism sector with having a tourism strategy for our city. Another thing I see is the airport Niagara Falls District Airport is part of the pillars, and we can't expand our tourism, we can't expand our OLG stage, or we cannot expand our university without having a airport. We do have an airport, but we do not have scheduled flights. So I think having an airport part of the pillars, I think that's a wonderful job they did. So I just want to commend them. They all have done a wonderful job.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Angela, and the consultants and Serge. for this report. You know, if you think about 10 years ago when a few of us were sitting here, a lot of the stuff that we were talking about was kind of a wish list. You know, we're talking about University of Niagara Falls. We're talking about OLG stage, Niagara South Hospital, weekday GO train service, and it's all here. It really is. It's hard to believe. And now it's time we have to build around that. And I love what I'm seeing here. You know, the growth that we're getting here. And now it's going to take strategy to build around all this stuff. I love the airport and the redevelopment of that. You know, you saw at the Canada Games, we actually had some teams from Newfoundland and Labrador. They actually flew in, which was pretty amazing. But a runway isn't big enough to fly out with the weight constraints. So it can fly out empty, but you know, with us maybe extending that. You know, who knows, with Amazon might be coming in. We're in such a great location between Hamilton and Buffalo, and with our tourism sector, partnering up with you know, maybe the casino in Connecticut, and looping in the music. We're bringing in great acts now. It's unbelievable, from Billy Joel to Kevin Hart. It's unreal, and this brings all economic development and hiring people and people staying in our hotels. I think it's something we should be very proud of, and this is the first step. So thank you for the strategy. It's awesome. It really is.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Newestag?
Yes, I guess the one thing that we've heard over the years, and really I think this strategy is fabulous, and it's really looking at building us to a higher level. Over the years, we've heard of, and I think it touched on when it said under the health, keeping workers local, encourage additional workplace. Whenever I had friends or anything who come here and they have the higher level, or I've met people who've had a higher level job, their partner can't find a job, so they end up commuting in. So we're not getting the people living in Niagara Falls. So I think this is really good that we're going to be able to have more, because more opportunity for everyone to live here rather than just coming into work and then leaving because their partner isn't able to find adequate employment. So this is really good that we're looking for more and diverse type of activities to keep the workers here staying in Niagara Falls. So I applaud you. I think it's really good. I think you're looking at a higher level type of jobs here, and it's going to be very refreshing to see that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Do we have any other comments or questions of council? Okay, no? Okay, we got everything covered. So I know, Councillor, if you want to put your motion forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll remove it. It's fine.
Okay. Do we, okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Newestag, that we approve the draft economic development strategy 5-year plan. If there's no further discussion, we'll vote on it. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Great job, Ms. Davidson, Mr. Pelicetti, and Ms. Sutton and O'Blennis. Great job. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
All right, Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit the conversion of an existing mixed-use building to a 7-unit residential apartment building. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on August the 8th, 2023, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheets located just outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Nick De Benedetti, our planner 2, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Hello, Mayor, member of council. We're here to discuss this evening a zoning amendment application A2311. It's in regards to rezoning site that we all know, growing up as a kid, Japino's Food Market, and converting it to a 7-unit residential apartment. The site is located on Lewis Avenue, with the old Niagara Falls Arena across the street. The adjacent properties are single detached dwellings. And across the street also, we've, in the last few years, put a park in the corner there at the corner of Kitchener and Lewis Avenue. Background information: to rezone the project to the site-specific R5A zone to allow for a 7-unit apartment building, subject to the holding provision. The official plan, it's designated tourist commercial and located within the Clifton Hill Tourist District. And zoning, the subject land is currently zoned deferred tourist commercial in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. We're asking relief in the zoning for a reduction of lot area from the 200 square meters to 185 within the existing building. The reduced front yard depth from 7.5 to 5 for 2.57 to recognize the existing front yard depth. The interior side yard reduction on the north side from the requirement of 3.55 to 1.83. And then the final is a reduction from the landscape from 30 to 14%, which currently the site has 0, so actually we're bumping it up to get to 14% in regards to the landscape. We had an open house meeting on August 1st. There were no comments received and no public in attendance. Planning analysis: the building will provide new housing options within the city of Niagara Falls, located in the Clifton Hill Tourism District area. The proposal will intensify the residential use of the property and increase the density, and the property will continue to utilize existing municipal infrastructure. So our recommendation is that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment as modified and recommended in report 23-53.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of council? Yes, Councillor Newestay.
Yeah.
I'll get you. Councillor Newestay.
Through you to Ms. Clark, what is the difference in terms of residential versus commercial? So right now it's zoned as a commercial property. Moving it to residential, we should see increased taxes from that. What, just even a broad ballpark, what we would be looking at?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, without knowing what the new assessment value would be on the residential tax rate is lower than the commercial tax rate, but the calculation is going to be largely dependent on what the assessment value would come in at. Mind you, this is going to be multi-res, right?
No, it'll be straight 7-unit apartment building.
Okay.
So would we see, so residential is less than commercial?
The tax rate specifically, but it depends on the overall assessment. So if the assessment of the existing building is less than the assessment of the new units, then we would see an increase eventually.
But at this point, we have no idea what amount.
Unless we know any estimated assessment value, I don't know how we would know for sure.
No, they would, through the mayor, they would have to, obviously, MPAC would have to come by and reassess it to get the full value of it.
But at the end of the day, we should make more tax by having it as an apartment building than keeping it as a commercial, a multi-level.
Most likely.
That's a positive. Okay, I'll take the positive. Okay, thank you.
That's a good answer, isn't it? Yeah. Very neutral. Did Councillor Thompson, did you want to say something? Yeah, and then I got Councillor Patel.
Yeah, I think this is a great, this was Giuppino's Italian grocery store, and there was parking, all of that was very successful, and I was a good friend of the owner of the and he lived upstairs, and I would be up there for supper a lot of time, and he had the really homemade wine in there in the city, and very and it's been vacant for probably 3 or 4 years, and I think if everybody appreciates an apartment for the development, and nobody came to be against it. So I would really have the opportunity to make this. I think it's great.
Okay, great, thank you for that. Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Are they using the existing building?
Yes, it's through the mayor. Yes, it'll be within the existing building.
Is there any addition?
There's no addition. Everything will be utilized within the building itself.
Oh, I actually really like that idea that there's a vacant building sitting there and they're utilizing it to make it residential. I actually really like this idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments of council? Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment? Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody registered?
Your Worship, no one registered with us to speak to this matter online. We could ask anyone in the gallery that wishes to speak.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak to this proposal? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Do we have the representative? Yes. If you have anything new to add, more or less.
So good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I don't have anything additional to add other than what Nick presented, but if there are any additional questions, I'm available to answer them.
Are there any additional questions? Yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Is it all just going to be residential or vacation rental units?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this will be entirely residential. No vacation rental units.
That's more going to be long-term rentals?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Yes, Councillor Thompson?
Yep, I would move for the approval.
Okay. Councillor Lococo?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you know, when you look at the picture, you think of Idolo and his whole family, and
Joey.
And it's such a historic building, and I'm glad they're actually using some of the existing structure to build this apartment building. And it's one of those places where you can actually go in and get yourself some super sod, and you can actually get yourself a big glass full of red wine as well, the big
jugs,
which is kind of cool, right? So it's going to be sad to see this go, but at least you know, their legacy is moving on with a nice apartment building.
Yep, for sure. Okay, if there's no further comments, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimously approved, so we're all good. Thank you for that one. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. De Benedetti. Okay, we're, oh, right, yes, so you want to lead us, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Worship. Earlier this evening, Council passed a resolution to go in camera. We held off just based on some presentations tonight, so it would be appropriate to do to go in camera at this time.
Okay, so folks, we're going to go in camera, and we'll be back when we're done in camera. Yes?
Make motion to go in camera.
Motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor, we'll do it in newest tag. All those in favor? Okay, so we're going in camera. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the meeting again. We went in camera to deal with a number of items, and we're now ready to start the regular, or continue on with the regular scheduled meeting. We're going to go back to where we left off on the agenda, reports 8.1, Climate Change Adaptation Implementation Plan. There are 3 recommendations from our staff report. The will of council. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to give kudos to everybody who worked on this plan. It's very detailed. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of stakeholder feedback, so it's wonderful. I just have a couple of comments. It talks about that there's going to be annual reports to senior staff and then council every second year. I would put a motion forward that we have the reports every year, and for 2 reasons. One, to know what's going on, things change very quickly, and also to link that to the budget. So I would like to I'll put a motion forward to accept it, but to add that council gets it every year. And then the other thing is, for me, there's a huge gap in there, and we've talked about this before. It's great to plant trees and keep maintaining those new trees, but we really need to save the trees that we already have. Not cutting them down for development, not cutting them down to clear cut. It's really important that we save the trees that we have, and I don't feel that the language in this climate adaptation plan is strong enough to say to keep what we have. So I really want to turn our focus to that. And some of the comments in there, it talks about the tree study, a tree canopy study, public and private. If we don't have a tree bylaw, and I brought up a tree bylaw in wanting to save our trees, if we don't have a tree bylaw, people are going to be cutting down trees, and we're not going to have a study that has the proper amount for our tree canopy, because people can just be cutting them down whenever they want. We talked about woodland management plan and protecting our natural assets. Our natural assets are the trees that we already have. It also talks about ensuring new development, preserve and contribute to quality green spaces. Don't cut the trees down. That's our good quality spaces. On page 80, it talks about creating a food strategy, a working group, and I'd like to offer that there's already one out there. It's Niagara Food Security Network. I attended a summit a few months ago, and they have all of those people already involved that are listed in the report. So rather than starting a new working group, I would suggest contacting them, and then they can work with them and do whatever they want after, but at least they wouldn't have to recreate the wheel. It talked about champions on council. So I would like to participate when we get further into this, and I hope that those opportunities are given to all council members to figure out where they would like to champion in certain sections. It talks about the region climate mitigation plan. I searched online for it. I can't find it. I was wondering if maybe staff could provide it for me, because I'd like to see, it's referring to the region climate mitigation plan, but I couldn't find it, so I don't know exactly what it is. And it says to promote the use of technology. We need to put a value for trees to improve outdoor air quality. We have to do a lot more to save the trees, and maybe we can look at incentives to save the trees. I know at one point we were talking with planning about putting a dollar amount on and keeping trees. We really need to have those incentive programs. So other than my comments on that, I think it's a wonderful report, and I'm really excited to see the city moving forward, but we have to save the trees. Thank you.
Okay, so the first thing, maybe I'll go to Mr. Nicol regarding the yearly versus every other year. Didn't know if you had any feedback on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councillor, for the support, first of all, and the comments. Yeah, Council is, I guess, reminded that we really don't resource our climate adaptation plan in any one department. That's why I'm here delivering it today. It's a bit of a corner of the desk assignment. So you'll see one of the recommendations is that we pursue some funding to help push climate change at the corporation and the community. With that person on our team, I think we can definitely accomplish an annual climate adaptation report and even look at some climate mitigation. Without that person, I think it would be a bit of a struggle. And also we may not have much to report on because everyone's busy with their existing work plans. So I wouldn't mind taking that as direction if we can find that support and aspirations to come back in if we can. I have some other comments on your other points, if you're willing, Mr. Mayor. I think we can also endeavor to look at tree canopy items as part of our urban forest management plan, which is still under some background review right now. And I think that there's more work to be done as sort of a breakout from the climate adaptation on our forest plans and some of the work that Ms. Dolce had previously prepared with respect to policies coming forward. So stay tuned for some more work, and I think we're not done just based on this plan alone. And as a reminder, this is plan with steps 1, 2, 3 of our 5-step milestone. Our next step is implementation, where we start to move these items forward, and then there's a continuous monitoring and reviewing cycle that occurs after that. So we're sort of at this important milestone. We need your resources with those steps moving forward so that we can start to get moving on those initiatives that you spoke about, that the food security plan and all those other things. We just don't have those resources with us right now, but the plan helps us identify where we need to start setting up those resources.
Did you have any further comment on the comments to your comments, Councillor? No?
No, thank you. Just if someone can get me that regional plan, because I couldn't find it.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Actually, it's top of mind. The Regional Council received a report from staff with a recommended mitigation target. So their target was, this is the greenhouse gas emissions today, this is where we want to be by a certain day. So I can find that, but it's in a Regional Council package if you're looking there. And I think they set a target of net zero by a certain deadline, 2030 or something. But we'll all find that and circulate it to Council.
Okay, thank you. I was expecting like a big report like this, all nice and glossy with pictures, and I didn't find anything.
Okay, thank you for that. I saw Councillor Strange and then Newestag.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was part of this group, and we had major discussions and meetings over the last 8 months, I guess it would be. Spearheading was Eric and Carrie from the mayor's office did unbelievable and hooking up with different stakeholders, including members of NPI group, the Parks Commission, the Environmental Action Committee, MIAC. So it was great. Like, we had informative breakout rooms where we could discuss, we saw during Christmas emergencies that something that happened, storms and stuff like that happened in Fort Erie. We kind of addressed it, what happens if it happens in Niagara Falls. In Niagara Falls, we actually sent NPI members to, our hydro, excuse me, helped Fort Erie. They came out and helped them. What happens if this happens in Niagara Falls, water, everything like that, extreme heat, extreme cold. And then we talked about our tree canopy, and you look at, the Environmental Action Committee, we just planted 500 trees in private households, which is unheard of. It's unbelievable, and we're planning to do that for the next 10 years. We have TD, they're doing a planting next week, and I don't know what the tree numbers are, maybe over 400. So it's amazing. We're applying for grants to help us out with this. So this is a fast action plan, and it's going to be implemented into a long-term plan, but staff really worked hard, and we had so many meetings. It was pretty amazing to get input from everybody. It wasn't just from people from the city, it was people from the parks, NPI, our Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, because they're young, they know what's going on too. So kudos to all staff. I think this was amazing, and I'm looking forward to implementing some of this.
Thank you. Councillor Newestag.
I think it's an absolutely amazing, very proactive report. To Councillor Lococo's point about the 2-year, I saw the same thing and wondered about whether it should be reported back every year. But maybe another way we can do it is every time there's a report where we have financial implications, where a viral comment, maybe we can have this coordinator who's being hired just to comment on anything, so it's front of mind and totally integrated in everything that we're doing. Just a comment.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Baldinelli and Patel.
Thank you, through you. I think the report was excellent as well. I'd just like to see more action happen a little bit quicker. When we're looking at the current canopies, like we've suggested, and what, I've had a few people contact me now. We've had trees that are going yellow quickly this year. Different parts, so you see a bunch of green, they're all the same species, and both one just goes out, and it's, you know, different rain, different climate conditions. But what was a big eye-opener for me was when I was traveling with Mike and Vic, and can see them going through a canopy and saying, oh my God, it was so much nicer underneath the canopy, running underneath there and then hitting the roads. But in Hamilton, when it was 92, felt like 104, and I had a dog in the van's black, I couldn't find anywhere to park the van in a shaded area. So I was actually driving through neighborhoods and then stopping in front of houses that had a larger canopy. And then I'd have the neighborhood come out and say, you know, what are you staring at? What are you watching? What are you doing here, right? And I'm thinking, I'm looking for a canopy. Can you point me to a park that I can park underneath? And nobody could point me to a park with a tree that I could park under. And I had the dog. So it was a big eye-opener on what's happening. And I understand there's a lot of action plans, but I agree as well, is that save what we have and then plant more. You know, more tar, runoff, doesn't help the situation. When you get inside, it's just actually it's like looking at the stars at night and you're in a city with the effects of the light. You can't see the stars, but when you go out into the field, you can see all the stars, right? So it's basically the same thing with our canopies. We got to keep them now, help keep the earth cool, cleans the air, helps everything. So I love the report. I just wish we could start now, because in 2060 is going to be here tomorrow, and we're in trouble.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patel, and then Pietrangelo.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a great report, but what I would like to see more is the public education, because the public is not educated on lots of steps they can take to be environment friendly. For example, when you see recycling material, everything is not recyclable. So we should encourage people to buy the material that's more recyclable. And in City Hall, we should try to go paperless. We are saving trees that way, we're not cutting down the trees. So lots of companies are going paperless, so maybe we can aim to go to paperless in our City Hall. I know we have lots of old technology, but as we advance in technology, I think we should go paperless, because some city councils, their agendas are still delivered at home. Printed agendas, they have 600 pages, agenda delivered at home. So we are halfway there, but I think we should aim to go paperless. That is one thing I would like to see in our City Hall. And another thing actually I wanted to say is that the report talks about extreme weather. In our city, do we have emergency plan in a place? For example, extreme weather, when we have a heat wave and we have blackouts, do we have emergency shelters or cooling shelters, or we have backup power? And when there's a snowstorm coming and power lines are down, do we have some ways of getting to residents when they're in distress? There's a few other things we need for emergency planning. So do we have the emergency plan in place? I'm not sure.
We'll get our CAO and maybe our fire chief to weigh in on this one.
Okay, thank you, and I'll start, and Chief can pass it on. So for extreme heat, extreme cold, we do have procedures in place. We have an automated system that informs people of that. During the last winter storm, I discovered that we actually don't have an evacuation center with backup power. That's changing in this budget process. So we never built our two largest community buildings with the ability to generate its own power to maintain the buildings. City Hall does not have that ability either. So we are going to change that. So it is part of our continuing emergency management plans that the chief is our executive at, but we are getting there. But for heat and cooling, the challenge that we're having though is the number of days and the frequency is increasing, which does put strain on our other operations. Our libraries are part of our cooling centers and our heating centers, but they're being more and more activated, and it interferes with their actual business operations of being a library some days. So anyways, I'm not sure if I missed anything, Chief.
Again, through you, Mr. Chair. So to answer your question, we do have a plan in place, and the plan is to be reviewed, specifically to heat and cold. When we do receive advisories, there is a team in place across the city with designated individuals who are to open or make sure that our heating or cooling centers are open and ready for the public. and that is instigated through our office, through an internal notification system. So, and the various staff people who are responsible for those centers get activated, and they're open. So we, as Mr. CEO has said, we've had to use for extreme heat. I don't have the exact number, but I'm going to assume it was probably 3 or 4 times that we had to do it throughout the summer, where staff were notified to ensure that we had our cooling centers open for the public. But the emergency backup power was identified as a gap, and we've made provisions to make sure that we're able to do that in the event of a winter storm or something like that. So
we have a couple of the really bad storms last year and the year before. But do we have any new measurements in place? For example, when people are snowed in and someone has an emergency, maybe some senior has a heart attack and ambulance can't get to the house because the roads are not plowed.
Well, the plan is to, again, through our transportation, department, the main arterial roads are. So I'll give you a good example with the last snowstorm. Although it didn't happen here in Niagara Falls, but it did happen in Fort Erie, and all the fire chiefs are in a group where we can help one another out when the time is needed. There were some streets in Fort Erie where that was an issue, where we couldn't get an ambulance, and that's where we started to actually designate a city snowplow with an ambulance and a fire truck to ensure that we could get to the areas in Fort Erie. But if it was to happen in Niagara Falls, that would be a provision, and that was actually done, and it was very successful, where a snowplow was dedicated specifically to a crew who could get to areas where they otherwise couldn't get to. So there is a plan. It did work. It did work very recently, although not here specifically, but it did in the region. And to Councillor Strange's comment earlier, that when the need arises and whoever's not being affected, we will share whatever we have or able to share to help those communities in need.
Thank you very much, because we did get that question quite a bit, that what would you do when it's a case of emergency and when it's snowing? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pietrangelo, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I guess the first thing I'll say is just along the lines of what Councillor Strange mentioned, and he talked about the cross-section of people that were at the meetings. There was a lot of staff members there. There was MIAC, there was EAC, there was NPEI, there was Niagara Parks Commission. But I really liked the way staff also brought in a lot of business owners to get their perspective. And they talked to them about some of the challenges that they were having. And they talked about, some of the hot summer days, and then, some of the other days that their patrons or tourism sector people talked about the challenges. So what I really like about the plan is I think a lot of other municipalities, they might have a climate change plan, but this is sort of an adaptation plan. So it's, well, how do we as a city adapt to climate change in terms of our operations? What can we do differently so that we can accept the fact that there is a changing climate, and how do we change our operations in terms of it? One of the things that I've talked about a lot in the past is wet weather. And I know that there's varying degrees of storms. You have your 5-year storm, your 25-year storm, your 50-year storm, your 100-year storm. And it seems like we're getting more of those more often now. And one of the things that happens when you get a big storm is you get a lot of flooding. And I've always talked about, well, let's make our outlets a lot bigger. Like let's make our storm sewer pipes larger so that they can handle more volumes of water, so that we don't get basement flooding. That's actually part of the recommendation that's in this adaptation plan, Your Worship, is that our main trunk lines, and I know Mr. Nicol has already asked contractors to start adding a 10% increase to their calculations, so that we can make the storm sewer pipes bigger so that they can handle larger volumes of water. I also know that Mr. Nicol and his team is going through a master servicing plan where they're going to look at both the minor and major stormwater management problems that happen every time that these floods coming. So that's part of the adaptation plan, is how do we kind of change our operations so that we can accept the climate change. And I'm happy to see that we're finally changing some of our policies. kudos to all the staff that are involved.
Excellent. Are there any other comments? Okay, you gonna make the motion? Okay, go ahead. Motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Newestag. If there's no further discussion, we'll approve the recommendations. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, of course. Good stuff. Okay, 8.2, Community Improvement Plan Incentive Review Program. There are 3 recommendations.
Yeah, I would move it, Your Worship. And I'll just make a comment. I mean, again, I think it's nice to see that we're trying to align what we do with what the region does. I know the report talks about the fact that the region kind of has the 4 pillars in terms of incentives, and it's good that we align it so that anyone that applies can get both, you know, city and regional benefit. The other thing that I like is cutting out the red tape. I mean, I like the fact that all of these grants are not going to have to come back to council. We can just leave them with staff and staff can approve them, because there is a lot of times a real time delay in trying to get the grants approved, right? So I'm happy to move the recommendation, Your Worship, and again, good work on staff.
Good work, staff. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Campbell. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. 8.3, Provincial Planning Statement, Natural Heritage Policies. This is just a report for to receive. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's a report to receive, but I have some challenges on it, so I don't know, do I oppose it to receive it?
Well, what would you recommend, Mr. Clerk? If I mean, we're just receiving it to say we accepted it, but it should be on the record being.
Yeah, you could simply vote against it, or if you have some questions, perhaps staff could address those.
Okay, I'll give you some of the concerns that I have. So on page 2, it talks about significant wetlands in the revised process for identifying PSWs intro into 2022 under Bill 23, that they're ungrouping individual wetlands. So we could experience a decrease in environmental protection. So the way I was looking at it was PSWs are very valuable and they're worth some money. So they're saying, well, if we have a bunch of them over here, then we'll group them and label them. But if they're not a whole bunch, then they're not going to label them. And then I'm looking at it, well, a diamond is very valuable. If you have a group of diamonds, that's great. But if you only have one diamond over there and one diamond over there, it doesn't make them less valuable. So I'm afraid that if they're not going to group the individual ones, that's going to decrease our provincially significant wetlands. So that's my one concern. And then the other concern I have is about the wetland assessment. It's been removed from the Minister of Natural Resources to a private wetland assessor, and I'm afraid that there's going to be a lack of oversight on that. There's one more, sorry. And then the other one is habitat for endangered species and threatened species. It's been removed from the definition. I'm afraid if it's going to be removed, it is going to be forgotten. Now, I know the report says that it's going to be covered under the Endangered Species Act, but I feel that if it's not in there like it was in there before to clearly say we need to watch out for these, it's going to be forgotten. So those were my concerns, so I will vote against it.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, this is just to receive, this isn't to approve anything. Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Campbell to receive the report, the recommendation, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you, with one opposed. Councillor Coco. 8.4, Quarter 2 Development and Housing Report and Provincial Reporting. There are 2 recommendations. One, that we receive it, and second, that we direct staff to forward the housing information to the province. Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some concerns about some of the dollar amounts. It says an average dwelling in the first quarter was, the value of an average dwelling was $583,333. The average dwelling for the second quarter is now valued at $727,217. We've gone from the first quarter to the second quarter. We're trying to get more affordable housing, and the value of the housing jumped from one quarter from $583 to $727. I have a huge concern with that. And it says that we're working on the mechanisms to assess affordability. I just wanted to make a comment that at the AMO conference, the provincial government is working on the term and the definition about affordable housing and what that affordable housing is. And then the last one I have is, oh no, two more. It says the average rent for 2-bedroom is $1,197. I don't know where you can get a 2-bedroom unit. I'm just looking through Marketplace right now. $1,400, $1,800, $2,200, $1,700, $1,350, $1,700, $1,795. I don't know where that is, so it's very, very misleading. You can't get a 2-bedroom apartment for $1,197. And the last one is a question. It talks about that Niagara Falls can participate in the $400 million share, prorated share of the Building Faster Fund for 8,000 units. Do we have a dollar amount on that? Do we know what that is? I know it might have been in another report, but what is that dollar amount?
I don't know, Ms. Dolch or?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. We don't know the dollar amount. They'll assess it at the end of 2023, and it's all based on whether we meet our targets. Obviously, in the first quarter and the second quarter, we're behind significantly. So our hope is that we pick up development permit or building permit applications through the third quarter. I know in August we did get 200 residential apartment units permits issued, so that's good news for us, but it depends what our number is at the end of 2023. They'll assess what we get.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Newstead.
I have, through you, Your Mayor, to Ms. Dolch, just a couple of questions. I know we have to have the 8,000 built by 2031. What is our current total right now? I know we've got the quarters report. Do we have an exact amount of what of that 8,000 are built?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. We don't have a total tally yet. At the end of the year, when we do our end of the year report, we'll provide that information to you. I know the province is tracking it and tracking our numbers to try to make sure we're meeting our pledges. Obviously, as I indicated, we are down this year. Hopefully, we'll pick that up before the end of the year to stay on target.
Yeah. Okay, and a few more questions. So also, just going along with Councillor Lococo. So this seems like an absolutely huge gap from first quarter to second quarter, what the value of a home is from 583 to 721. Is that the cost to build a home, or is that the value of a current home? And that number just seems really, there's a big disparity between the two. Is that accurate?
Through you to the councillor. So in terms of the numbers there, what happens is on every building permit application, you're asked the value of construction. So that value of construction is what we use to kind of come up with that average number. So it's self-reported number. I can't say the accuracy to it. A contractor could say it's only, the value of construction is 400,000, and in the end we take the average.
So it's gone up, and probably because of the interest rates and labor shortage, everything probably is accounting to that increase.
It's possible. It could be based on just the square footages of each housing. You know what I mean? It just depends. It's a value, and we're just reporting it based on what kind of the value is for council to know that the value of housing construction is roughly this per.
Okay. The other thing, I know we were reporting on housing, and there was just a blurb talking about the difference between commercial, industrial, and construction between the first quarter and second quarter. Is it possible to have those numbers broken out if you're doing the housing as well, that we can see, because we've been talking so much about employment lands and commercial builds, so if we can even see how we're tracking. I know we have nothing to compare that to, we don't have 8,000 units to build, but just to see how we're improving in the employment builds and commercial builds, if that's possible.
Thank you, Councillor. Through your worship to the Councillor. Yes, we actually, oddly enough, I just put that on my notes when I was reading that I would like to do that in the future. So we will start to do that to compare, just to provide you with more information under commercial and institutional. So we will provide that to you. This report we will be changing, here and there. We're going to add affordability. We're going to add a number of things. It's a good start, but we want to get to a place where we can compare year over year, quarter over quarter, to see the trends.
I think it's a great report and great for us to understand what's happening. So, because every time we get these different reports, it's hard. We have to keep going back to figure out where the numbers are. Also, there seems to be so much contingent upon time. Like we have 10 years, we have to build 8,000 homes. 3 years, there's this 400 million. Do we have time? I know people are coming forth getting building permits or looking at homes, and we're basing our projections on those intents and the intentions of the builder. Is there any time allocation that they have to have it done by such and such a time, or it goes off saying that we're not going to count that home anymore because it may not even come to fruition?
Through your worship to the councillor, in terms of for example, site planning, for example, there's usually a 2-year window that we have in the agreement. So if they're ready to go, they can go to building permit, they have an agreement. There is a 2-year window for them to start, or they have to come back and relook at that agreement. So we do have some time frames associated with it. Once you register a draft plan of subdivision, for example, however, there is really no time limit. Prior to draft plan approval, it's a 3-year approval period when you get your final approval to get it registered or come back to council for an extension. So there is some timelines, but generally it's tough. We just hope that they start coming in to build. I do know that right now a number of municipalities are low. There was an article in the paper about Ottawa being significantly low as well in terms of permits. So I don't think we're going to be alone in the low permit numbers this year, but I think you're going to see a trend going up in the future.
Okay, sorry, one last question. Of the $400 million that the incentive, what do we have to do to ensure that we will actually receive that money? Like to make sure people are building, is there anything that we need to do to incentive, like to provide incentives? I know we're looking at these CIPs. Maybe that's something we can tie to it, because that's a lot of money for our city.
Through your worship to the councillor, we are looking at a number of things. There's some other funding that we've been looking at, that we've looked to apply for. A lot of that will trigger different incentives that we can use to try to entice developers to build and to build affordable, those kinds of things. So we're hopeful that we'll have something in place in the near future to do that. Obviously, a lot of it comes down to staffing component, how much time we have to spend on expediting things. But we can right now just move as quickly as we can.
So in your opinion, do you see that $400 million incentive coming to us being passed on to developers and homeowners to get everything built?
Through your worship to the councillor. Again, we'll have to determine what we get. If we don't get anything this year, well, then obviously we can't do that. So it will be, in terms of, for example, a CIP incentive, it will have to be funded through obviously the levy. There may be some ability to use other funding mechanisms to enhance those programs, but we will have to consider it through the levy process as well, but to try to entice developers to build different things and entice development to occur.
Just one last thing. I noticed that in the report that it talked about the secondary homes in people's backyards, and we have an uptake in that. Is there a way we can do a big education piece for the public? Because a lot of people don't understand this. It's not something how we've ever lived before, that you can put a house in a second dwelling unit on your property. Is there a way that we can start educating people and encouraging them? So, because people are struggling with kids are living back at home and things like that. So if they can see how they can add to it in an affordable way, I think we could probably increase numbers just through that.
Through your worship, through to the councillor. In terms of we are looking at an affordable housing program, and it will explain all those items for the members of the public. There will be website updates, information on different design options, things like that. We are looking at that right now, so it should be out shortly.
And like holding public houses so people can come and understand exactly what it would cost for them to put something in their backyard, for example.
That's correct. So we're working on that. Stay tuned. We will have some further reporting on that shortly.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Patel, and then the COCO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. More Home Build Faster Act was brought in effect for building home faster. As a city, I think we have approved our 8,500 houses. Our shares already approved, but there are no shovels in the ground, and that's due to higher labor cost, higher material cost, and higher borrowing cost. And I don't think that's going to go down anytime soon. As a city, we shouldn't be penalized for it. Is it any way we can ask province for extension or direction, which way we can go? Because we can't force people to build houses, because builders are not going to build houses because they will lose money, or the profit margin will be very narrow. And it's not a good business, right? So they're not going to put shovels in the ground. We had 17 building permits in the second quarter. That's actually not what the More Home Build Faster Act was brought in effect for. It actually negates the entire act, because cost of everything is so high that nobody's building the houses. So can we ask province for direction or extension so we don't get penalized from that $400 million, whatever number we are going to get for incentives?
So, Ms. Dolch, do you have any insight into that, or?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, I don't have tons of insight. Obviously, it's up to the province ultimately, but I have to think there's going to be some consideration. So, for example, I was just pulling out the number. Ottawa's only reached 30% of its annual permit target for the first quarter. So for the first half. So we're not alone. So I think they're going to have a tough time if nobody's meeting their targets. I'm not sure what they're going to do. They may have to reevaluate. We won't know till the end of 2023 what they're going to do with that. Like I said, I keep hoping that we're going to pick up some additional units. I do ask a lot of developers that are ready to go when they're going. So some are starting to come on the books now that they're looking to move forward with some of their developments. So I'm hoping that we pick up in the latter half.
Because as you know, because everything is so high, we have labor shortages, labor cost is high, borrowing cost is high. So I'm not sure that we are going to hit the target of 8,500 in few years, because nothing's going to come down overnight.
Yeah, I fully agree with you, Councillor.
Yeah.
It's going to be tricky. So they may have to reevaluate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coco?
Two things through the mayor. Just lost the first one. I'll go to the other one. Regarding the pledge, I didn't approve the pledge of 8,000 because I knew that there were a lot of issues coming up, and I didn't think that that was the right way to go. So those were my concerns at that time. So to address Councillor Patel's concerns, so that's the pledge part. Oh, I know what it was. The 400 million. I just want to clarify. The 400 million is for the whole province, not just for us. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. When I was listening to Councillor Newesteg, I thought you thought it was all for us. Okay. My mistake. Thank you.
Councillor Pietrangelo.
Your Worship, I just wanted to ask if there was any type of distinction with the province in terms of approving 8,000 units and actually building 8,000 units. Because if not, then how do we as a municipality ensure that 8,000 units are built? I know the province says that there's going to be this funding there of 1.2 billion, but when you take 1.2 billion and you divide it by 1.5 million homes, that means that there's an incentive of $800 a home. And I don't know if $800 is enough to entice a builder to actually build a home to sell it. So I'm wondering if there's any type of distinction between actually building the homes and approving them. Because I think our job really is to approve them, but I don't know that we're in control of the private market, and the private market is the one that decides when they put the shovel in the ground to actually build the home. Just wondering if there's any type of distinction.
So, Ms. Dolch, is there a distinction between approving and building?
Thank you, Your Worship. So my understanding with that funding, the 400 million, it is obviously his goal is build homes faster, and really that's build homes. In terms of what's going to happen going forward, if everybody's not meeting their targets, I think they might start to look at those numbers of approval and shovel readiness, and that's why we keep including it in our reporting, so that when it goes to the province, they're aware that we do have things ready to go. It's just they're not being built.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, well, is there anything, did you want to follow?
So,
I'm not good at reading minds. A little bit of help.
how do we ensure that they get built, Your Worship? I mean, again, we can approve them.
You could go out and build them. Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, I don't know.
Like, it
how
really
you
is,
do it.
right? Like, we can approve them, but we can't ensure that they're gonna be
No,
built.
the market's the market. I know.
And I don't know that the incentive that the province is offering is really enough to ensure that they are gonna get built.
Mhm.
That's, so, I mean, it's nice to have a plan. It's better if it's realistic and achievable, right? And I just don't know how we make sure that it is achievable.
Our CAO's got a plan on how to ensure they get built. Let's hear this. I'm excited. Let's hear this.
Through the chair to council, I think if there was the solution, we wouldn't be in this situation. I think what every level of government has to strive to do is to make sure that any friction in the system is removed. So, I think the province has methodically tried to do things with timelines. They've listened to complaints of, what are some of those hurdles, and they're trying to systematically eliminate them. There is talk about, there's talk about, more training and opening up that for labor shortages. There's talk about, faster approval for prefabrication concepts, so that the labor shortage isn't an issue. When it comes down to raw pricing, you see the federal government is mulling over waiving HST on homes. So I think at the end of the day, governments are just trying to do whatever is within their power to eliminate any hurdles to get to it. And there's not going to be one thing. I think it's, if we say, yeah, well, we're approving permits faster, we're doing these incentives that's within our powers, we've done all we can do, you have to go look someplace else. They have to go through and make sure all the things are done. And I think at the end of the day, I think the mayor made a good point. I think this council has done a lot to actually, even though it's not our responsibility, to actually get in the game of providing land and other things for development. We can look to do that. We're going to meet our timelines on that. We're going to do whatever we can at this level. The province is trying to do whatever they can at their level, and the feds are now, they just struck, I think, 3 committees on housing, to look at what they can do at their level. So hopefully, when everyone's working together on the same thing, we can start accomplishing it. It is disappointing, the results, the number of permits we have. There's no way of hiding that. And frankly, we need to engage with the private sector. Because I think, at some point in time, the private sector obviously needs to be part of the solution. Though we can talk about profitability at this point in time, frankly, there's lots of people who've held on to land for a lot longer that they paid for the land, at pricing 10 or 15 years ago that's still not deployed. And I think we can start to look to activate that, or we can start to activate things such as, if they're not moving their land, putting, instead of the carrot, which we've given a lot of recently, maybe we need to bring a stick in every now and again for people who are sitting on land for far too long. So those are all the things we can do. I wish I had a great answer for you, but I think every level of government's trying to eliminate every excuse that's out there to move housing along.
Just one last point, Your Worship. I mean, I can understand if we were in a situation where we didn't have a lot of residential units approved, but aren't we already over the 8,000 mark?
Yeah, through the mayor to council, yes, we are. I think, to speak frankly, some of those units were speculative units. People like to upzone properties here with no intention of building. And that was a complaint we had to the province when they brought in timelines for obvious speculation properties. For us to get stuck with a penalty on something that's never going to be built. I think the province has heard that. They're trying to kind of regroup on some of that stuff. But I think now every time in negotiations with developers, when we're negotiating on certain aspects of the development, and they want something from the city, the thing is they have to build it or they lose it. It's build it or lose it, because I think far too often councils across Ontario have been supportive of the building development, but we'll give our commitment, but they have to actually deliver the results also.
All right, thanks. You remember, Councillor, 2 years ago, I asked our former solicitor to look into sunset clause, because it's exactly as the CEO said. They buy something, generic zoning, they upzone it, then they land bank it, and they just sit on it and speculate, and it doesn't build any houses. But if they knew their zoning was going to expire in 3 years or 5 years, they'd move on it. They'd have to. They'd lose the value, especially when they land bank and they borrow against it. They'd lose financing. So, and I mentioned that to the minister, I mentioned that to the Premier's office, but they need to enact it, because apparently, according to our last solicitor, that we don't have the authority here. It has to come from the province. So, but I agree, there's got to be, if that happened, that would stop the speculation, or at least it would divert it, I think. I saw a hand, Councillor Balnelli, patiently waiting.
Forgot, no. Just to change the subject. Can someone explain to me what a rodent rebate form is? First of all.
Going to be Mr. Bryce, or is that going to be Ms. Dolch?
I apologize, I just didn't hear.
Rodent rebate form.
Oh, rodent.
Rodent.
Not road.
And
rodent.
Well,
Is that Eric?
explain the form first, but secondly is, like, I've heard this for many years, and that we have a rodent problem, like big rodents, especially in the northern end and closer to the highway. I have a lot of people who live around there. And another guy who's got nice fig trees underneath a big dome, and they're getting eaten by rodents. Have we done anything about rodent population? I know they have solutions in England where we can basically change their breeding habits and eliminate them in a certain number of years. And I think the ones that we currently have here are not typical rodents. They're bigger, European rodents, I believe. And have we done anything? And how many actual complaints we have? We have 16 rodent rebate forms for the second quarter. How many in a year? What's a rebate form? And what are we doing about it?
Ms. Dolch, you know, so that one?
Thank you. I'll do the best I can on this one. I don't know all the details of the rodent rebate program, but I can find out more information for you. So the rodent rebate program is for homeowners. If they do have a rodent problem, we do assist financially. So it's to a maximum of $200, but it's just for the exterior of the property only, and that's what we provide. So it's a 50% of the total bill up to a maximum of $200. So we do get quite a bit of uptake, and you'll notice quarter to quarter that we do get some uptake. Obviously 6 rodent rebate forms were given out. Obviously those people most likely will apply for that program. So we do provide some relief. I know St. Catharines does a similar program. So that's what we do in terms of assistance on rodent control. Other than that, that's the only program that we have available to residents at this point.
Oh.
I don't know. Oh, and
Mr. Nichols.
Mr. Nickel?
Mr. Nichols got some info now.
Yeah, and I've been dealing with this issue for decades myself, but the prevention is the best approach, and Ms. Dolch probably could have mentioned that we have bylaws to make sure that people keep their yards clean, because if people aren't keeping their yards clean and keeping food waste outside, that's when rodents will start to proliferate. So when we see infestations and there's an uptake of those rebate forms, we do some baiting of our sewers. And but we don't have a specific baiting program. We have to find out from the community where those rats are located. So we need those reports, and we'll do sewer baiting to take those sewers away from residential areas and to have them die in the sewers. We don't do a heck of a lot of it because it needs to be an area where it's concentrated. But we also work with Niagara Region. The public health has a program when they're finding people are seeing rats and rodents and actual bites inside homes. They will come out and they'll help with some reductions in neighborhoods that are a little more prone to rat issues, rodent issues when they have a concentration. But there has to be a public health need for that. Otherwise, the region's not coming out. So we have a few other ways we could handle it with increased bylaw. Ms. Dolch could probably tell you how she could use a couple more bylaw officers to help do some more proactive measures, but there's limits to those resources as well.
So, I understand that, so there's, you know, we didn't have this problem 15 years ago, let's say. I'm not exactly sure. But there are programs throughout the world to eliminate them. I mean, we have a problem. To say the onus is on an owner because you had your garbage, I don't know where you put your garbage besides the garbage pail, and some people can't afford one or don't have one, and they have their garbage outside. Sure, you're going to get some infestation around, but you know, I live on Stokes, and I see rats now. Never seen them before in my whole life. My garbage is never outside, nowhere to go, and they're eating my tomatoes, God darn. But anyways, I did some research a couple of years ago on the exact same problem, and I know there are solutions out there. I think we should look at a solution to be proactive and take responsibility. You know, we have the dump. I'm sure there's plenty over there, and we have the escarpment area, and it's, you know, it seems to have come from that area this way. I don't know. We have to have studies done somewhere. Brock University probably did something for us, right? And then implement a program where, you know, their reproductive organs are compromised and they can't reproduce. I think it's successful in England somewhere. I'll have to go back and do my research again, and I'd like to bring it forward to our city and maybe to the region and say, listen, let's get rid of the problem, because it is a nuisance and you don't want it around, and it brings disease just like way back when. So in the future, I'm just seeing it now for the first time, and sorry to change the subject, but I think it's an issue that should be resolved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't remember, did we make the motion to move this one? We don't have to move it yet. Okay, so a motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Campbell, that we move the reports to recommendations, that we receive the Q2 Development Housing Report, and that we direct staff to forward the housing information to the province as required. There's no further, yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
I just wanted to ask if Councillor Baldinelli wanted to add something on there, just simply about the rodent problem. I mean, I've heard from a lot of people as well, Your Worship.
Okay.
You know, that there's rats in their neighborhood, and they try really hard, but they just can't get rid of it. So, I mean, if there are solutions out there, perhaps we should be looking at them. So I don't know if you want to add a third item to the actual motion, but perhaps it is something that we can look at and just report back to council.
Would that, Mr. Clerk, would that be appropriate on that one?
Maybe public health. Well, it's part of our report, that's why, Your Worship.
Yeah, okay, all right. You comfortable with that, Mr. Clerk? Okay.
Yes,
You
I'd
want
like
to do that then?
Yes, please.
Okay, so with that third part, okay, yes, Councillor Thompson?
It's a real problem now. You, 15 years ago, if you had rats, you would call the health department, and I would go, and you would go, everybody in the area, and find the problem and solve it, and then the health department don't do that anymore, and nobody has taken on that situation. It's really bad, and it used to be clean the whole 20 houses in the backyards, and where the food was out, and it's a problem. Yeah.
Yep, I agree with that, and I will add too, we had the problem in my neighborhood too, but it took the whole neighborhood to get rid of them. So, because if not, they go under the fence, they burrow, they'll go through your weeping tile. I watched them, and pretty big ones, and it took the whole neighborhood, everybody with baited traps. That works the best, better than traps, just the baited ones. And they dehydrate right in the nest, underground, and they don't smell, and you get rid of them. So, and the other thing is, people complain about coyotes and foxes. Well, guess what they eat? Rats. Right. So we get rid of the coyotes. We got a problem with rats, right? So, like the Looney Tunes, exactly. So, no road runners here though, but we have rats.
Even lots of people have those patios that open in the bottom, right? So that's where the rats in them.
Yep, I
Yeah.
had one guy, his barbecue opened it up, and he had several rats in the barbecue, at the barbecue. Yeah, he used to keep a hockey stick in the mic round, exactly. I don't want to say his name on fire. So we do have the third recommendation in regard to the rat program. So we will call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous? Yes, okay, great, thank you for that. Okay, there's only one item. So, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Yeah. Yeah, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli that we move item 9.1, the water wastewater fund budget to actual variance report. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved, thank you. Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo moving items 10.1 through 10.4 of the communications, seconded by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And real quickly, we just approved proclamation request for Wear Red Canada Day on February the 13th for cardiovascular health. Also flag raising request for AIDS awareness. We received the resolution from the City of Thorold regarding supporting keeping Paul Bernardo in maximum security placement. And lastly, flag raising request for the United Way during the week of September the 25th. Now we're on to communications and comments of the city clerk.
So,
Okay, there's a recommendation. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Yeah.
I just didn't want it to go through that all of them. I'd like to pull 11.4.
11.4. So why don't we do that one first? We'll go to 11.4, which is the Niagara Region Correspondence.
Thank you. I've heard from two residents, one who is sitting here, regarding the correspondence approving the Niagara Falls OP number 147. I guess she's contacted a few of the councillors, and I guess Ms. Dolch, would you be able to comment on this? Okay, so the concern was number F. The lands located south of Welland River and east of the QEW are added to the employment area 5, which is the Lord Baden-Powell Park, and that it says that it's prohibited residential except for major offices uses in employment within strategic growth area, and OPA number 147 in Appendix 1, Part A, number 2.
Yeah, so Councillor Morocco reached out to us about the same thing, so Ms. Dolch is aware. So Ms. Dolch, if you could help us out on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So ideally, in the future, we will modify our official plan to include that as a park and open space area. What occurred was the province identified those lands for employment, and they covered the whole area. So when we put forward our official plan amendment 147, we actually notched out that parkland area. The region could not deal with that notch out because they needed to conform with the provincial document. So they had to include it as all employment. Obviously, those lands are under our control, so we're not obviously getting rid of the park at this point, nor ever, I don't believe. But I think we will deal with it as part of our new official plan as we go forward. So that'll be kicking off later this year, and we'll have that flagged. I've already sent it through to staff to flag that to deal with that anomaly in the future, but it will remain a parkland for the residents.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yes, and to that point, you just want to make sure that the public knows that we will never redesignate our parks and make them residential or employment lands or anything. We have our parks, we want to keep them parks forever. So we just never want that miscommunication out there. So this is a perfect example.
Yep, exactly right. So we're looking for a motion suggested by the clerk that we approve the communications 11.1 through 11.6.
Yeah.
Moved by Councillor, hold on a sec, the clerk's commenting.
I just want to point out that for 11.5, we do have Mr. Burdett present, who has stated that he is here to answer any questions or comments that council may have to the Integrity Commissioner report.
Okay, so why don't we do all but that one first? Do you want to move all of them except for 11.5, Councillor Thompson? 11.1 through 11.6 excluding 11.5?
I move them all, and if he can come and speak.
Okay, so we'll do that, and then he can speak to it, Mr. Clerk, is that okay? Okay, so motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, and real briefly, and then we'll call up Mr. Burdette to speak. We approved resolution from the Township of Emo regarding black ash trees, from the Township of Severn regarding climate emergency, transition transfer, letter from the Honorable Steve Clark, Niagara Region Correspondence, which we just talked about, 11.5, which we're going to hear from in a second, regarding the Integrity Commissioner final report, and lastly, further comments. So did we call that? We called that vote already? Yeah. Yes, okay, thank you. So Mr. Burdette, did you want to come to the podium and speak to item 11.5, the Integrity Commissioner final report?
Okay. Council, during a meeting of a prior council, former Councillor Carrio appeared distraught that he could not personally address the complainant of an integrity complaint filed against him. He further motioned to issue a letter to the complainant, which council approved. I'm not here to ask anything of council. You're welcome to make any comment or perform any action concerning the events. I'm here as a courtesy. You may ask any question of me, and I will do my best to answer it.
Okay. Is this in regard to the Integrity Commissioner report?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Are there any questions of council for Mr. Burdette regarding the report? Yes, Councillor Campbell?
Yes, does Mr. Burdette know how much it cost us?
Are you aware of what the cost is?
No, I'm not.
Do we have that, Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
Yes, Your Worship. We did receive an invoice from ADR Chambers, which is the office for which the Integrity Commissioner works out of. And on this particular file, the cost and the amount owing is $15,407.55. It's
a few bucks. Thank you for that, Councillor. Are there any questions for Mr. Burdette of council? It appears that we don't have any questions.
Okay.
All right, thank you for appearing.
You're welcome.
Okay, we move to communications and comments of the city clerk. So item 12.1. Okay, noise bylaw exemption for the Niagara Falls Curling Club, having their big event at the Gale Center Arena parking lot, October 17th through the 22nd, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Sometimes I get tongue-tied on names. Am I right, Councillor Newstag? All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Resolutions. We have one resolution. Mr. Clerk, do you want to walk us through this resolution, what we've got?
Yes, Your Worship. This is a resolution pertaining to a minor report through the Planning Department, file number AM 2021-010. I could just read off the blurb there, that as per report PBD 2023-52 at the last council meeting, and there's an attached resolution, it's to deem changes minor to permit 10.9 meter exterior side yard width along Montrose Road, and to permit a 1.5 meter projection for balconies and canopies into the required side yard. Council approved the report on August 15th. This resolution was intended to be signed after the approval of the report, so it's merely a housekeeping matter for this evening.
Okay. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I wasn't at the last meeting. Is this in regards to the old Canadian Tire property on Montrose? Is that the one that we're dealing with now?
When the container collects, then blows, that's the
Is that the one, is that the old Canadian Tire Montrose, the Treasure Hill development? Is that what we're
Or is this
talking
the-
about?
or is this the McLeod Montrose?
I think it's, what's that? I think, Mr. Bryce?
Yeah, through your worship, it's the property on the south side of McLeod Road, on the west side of
Okay.
Montrose. It
Okay.
was zoned for the Canadian Tire.
Okay, great. Thanks for that, Mr. Bryce. Okay, so motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli, that we approve the resolution. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Ratification of in-camera, Mr. Clerk?
Council met earlier this evening in camera after passing resolutions to do so. Based on the discussions in camera, there was nothing to report or nothing to be ratified. It was merely direction to staff. So there's no motion required for any ratification this evening.
Okay, thank you for that. And item 15 is motion amendment to the fireworks bylaw. Councillor Patel has asked Council to consider approving amendments to the current firework bylaw. Did you want to address that, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The motion is to amend the bylaw number 2017-101 fireworks bylaw to include Diwali and Chinese New Year, and that staff include amendments to section 5.4 and 6.1, and that the staff review similar bylaws from other municipalities. While we have it open, I think we should look at other cities' bylaws and improve our bylaw. The reason for this bylaw is Niagara Falls is becoming a very diverse place, and there are people from lots of backgrounds are in Niagara Falls, and especially in the last 10 years, we see big diversity in Niagara Falls. Okay. And for personally, I know that in Hindu culture, fireworks have a deep meaning when it comes to Diwali. It's fireworks is used for good luck, to get rid of all the evil spirits and bring good luck to the family and the house. That is the why fireworks are used in Diwali. And I think for Lunar Chinese New Year, I think they have the similar meanings too. That's why I wanted to put amendments in our bylaw, because we are allowed to sell and use fireworks during July 1st and Victoria Day weekend. So I don't see why we can't use it for 2 extra days throughout the years. So that is the purpose of introducing this motion.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. So you're making the motion.
Yeah.
Are you seconding it?
I will second. I'm just wondering if would that include if somebody came forward, say a Ukrainian group or some other group that wanted to come forward and they had a special recognition from wherever, Polish New Year, whatever it may be. I don't know if it's the same as ours or not, but would we include that as well if we had?
Or is that, yes, Mr. CAO?
No, we're handling this request. We'll bring a report back, but there's standard holidays, and then you can get permitted for other special events, which would be covered in the bylaw. So our understanding of this motion is to treat those 2 days similar to Canada Day or Victoria Day. The other special event ones would be handled through the same bylaw, but through a different permitting process.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When I saw this, I thought about us being diverse and inclusive in our community and different cultures being here. So then I thought about the fireworks over the falls. Our residents complain about the 144 consecutive days. So I read the bylaw through and I was reading about those fireworks, and I had an opportunity to speak to our chief about that. And I was wondering if our chief could sort of talk about some of our discussion regarding the fireworks. Because what I asked was, when I read it, the City of Niagara Falls has the authority to approve the permit for the fireworks over the falls. So I thought, okay, we're looking at that. We have residents that are very concerned about 144 consecutive days. They don't mind the fireworks. They understand we're a tourism community, but there are issues about noise, environmental issues, people with PTSD, sensory issues, and all of that. So I talked to the chief about the permit. Then what we discussed was that, yes, as long as we approve the permit, and as long as they meet the criteria, then we give them the permit. But because of the Niagara Parks being it's a provincial body, we can't deny that application. So I wanted to let residents know that we do not have the ability to deny the Niagara Parks Commission's application for those 144 nights. I just wanted to put that out there. And then I wanted to, if the chief could speak about some of the other safety issues, because we were talking about a bunch of different things. One of the things in there, it says that the bylaw is necessary for the safety and well-being of the community, and that's why I wanted to bring up the 144 days. But if the chief wouldn't mind.
Well, is he going to talk to the motion, though?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Specifically to the motion, yes.
Okay. Chief?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, fireworks as a whole are regulated under federal jurisdiction, under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Explosives Act. And in that, it says that the authority having jurisdiction will approve any fireworks permit or process. And through the bylaw, the authority having jurisdiction is myself and in our office. And as long as they meet the federal guidelines in terms of all the safety precautions, that's where the approval process. And in those guidelines, they speak of consumer fireworks, so ones that you could buy for the holidays that we're speaking of in this motion, where there's certain days that you can fire them, certain days where you can sell them, and those that are selling the fireworks have to be sold in a certain fashion. They have to be covered, they have to be away from those that are under the age, et cetera, et cetera. So as long as it meets the criteria under the federal regulations, that's where the permit process is permitted. In the bylaw or in the federal guidelines, it doesn't say what days, when you meet the regulation, limiting them how many times they could have a permit. So for example, further to Councillor Strange's comment, if somebody wants to set off fireworks because of a special occasion, not on a regular holiday, they would go through the permit process, and as long as they meet the regulatory guidelines, then a permit would be issued. In this case, over the falls, their permit, which they did apply, they meet all the regulatory guidelines. From a risk and safety perspective, there's a lot less because they're not being discharged on land over private or public property. It's over water. So all the safety issues or concerns that I may have when they're discharged over water, well, they're eliminated because there aren't those risks from a safety perspective. So further to your question, Councillor Lococo, in terms of me prohibiting those fireworks from going 100 days or 150 days to certain days of the week, they meet all the guidelines or they would not get a permit. But our municipal bylaw is restricted from jurisdiction over provincial in terms of adding additional regular provisions or regulatory restrictions over and above what the federal guidelines already have. So to the motion, adding the 2 holidays that Councillor Patel is requesting, that's a revision to the bylaw, and we would have to, I'm going to review the entire bylaw to make sure that there aren't any other sections that you perhaps didn't mention that they need to be revised as well. But the fireworks over their falls, unfortunately, are a little bit different in terms of approval and the ability for us to limit the amount of days because they do meet the federal guidelines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And ironically, yesterday or today, I just saw the Niagara Regional Police Service wanted to wish everyone celebrating Ethiopian New Year. So to Councillor Strange's comment, there are different celebrations and different holidays. So I'd like to sort of look at everything. If we are going to be inclusive for our diverse community, I think we should look at everything in addition to the ones that Councillor Patel has brought up as well.
Yeah, Councillor?
That is the reason I have left the staff to come back with the report, because we want to include everyone. So I'm not sure how every holiday is celebrated, so that is why we are going to wait for the report to come back.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. I'm sorry, remind me, we have a motion. Do we have a seconder?
Yeah, we do have motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Strange. And just a reminder that we do have Mr. Burdette in the audience that has made a delegation, a deputation request to speak to the item.
Okay. Well, I'm going to call the vote first on the motion. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. Mr. Burdette, you wanted to address our comment on the fireworks? The fireworks bylaw amendment.
Yep. I'm going to read it the way that I wrote it, despite having all the conversation about it. Okay. Council, I'm going to comment on the amendment proposal as it is presented on the agenda and nominate another holiday to be added. Councillor Patel's correspondence, as is, has indicated the request changes that should be amended to the bylaw and even provide a brief description of the Diwali holiday. It lacks a reason why Council should approve the amendment. She has included references that other municipalities have done so. This provides a precedent that such amendments have occurred, but it should not be viewed as the basis for an approval. I propose that if Council approves the amendments, they do so in recognition of the significant cultural benefits these holidays and the communities that participate in them provide to the City of Niagara Falls. It also lacks the criteria upon which the holidays were selected. Both Diwali and the Chinese Lunar New Year are holidays that share the commonalities of being significant celebrations accompanied by fireworks associated to the renewal of a cycle of a calendar. I propose that New Year's Eve and New Year Day be amended into the bylaw for the following reasons. Those days represent the renewal cycle of the Gregorian calendar, which happens to be the calendar that is used by nearly every country on our planet, including Canada, China, and India. The global celebrations associated to these days, which the City of Niagara Falls is a participant, are customarily performed involving the use of fireworks. It would be a recognition of the significant cultural benefits these holidays and the communities that participate in them provide to the City of Niagara Falls. It would legalize what is already an established tradition by the residents of Niagara Falls. Those days are not currently within the bylaw.
Any questions of Council for Mr. Burdette? It's a good point. Appreciate the insight, and staff are going to be coming back with a report so they can use that. Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Coco.
At the end of the bylaw, there's safety instructions. Maybe we can have more education piece about the safety instructions on our website and when those holidays come up so people know what they should be doing.
Yeah, our chief is going to come back with doing some research, so yeah. These are guys, sounds good. Okay, we are now, are there any notice of motion, or new business? Councillor Lococo, Councillor Newestag, and Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you. Unfortunately, there was a death on Victoria Avenue. I send my condolences to the family and his friends. Residents are really concerned about what's going on in our community. At the beginning of the year, when we were talking about our different committees that we sit on, I brought up a suggestion about a safety committee. And I know Councillor Pietrangelo brought up some other suggestions about other committees. I was wondering where we are on that. We talked about safety committees, about having different areas of the city, residents, businesses, BIAs. Are we any closer to coming back with a report? I think it would be very helpful for the residents to understand that we understand that there's issues with safety, and we'd like to. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if how we left that. Was there a motion for a committee, or was it to come back with a report? I don't recall. I can't remember exactly, but when we were talking about the different committees, I remember Councillor Pietrangelo came up with a couple of them. So then I brought up mine as well, and I thought there was something coming back about those committees. Would anybody know?
Yes, I brought this up a few times at council review, but without a terms of reference, I don't believe this has been assigned to any particular department or staff person to work on. I know safety is often thought of as under the policing, and that's a responsibility of the region. So I think we're just lacking a little bit more information as to where to go from here with that.
Yeah, Mr. Sayer?
Yeah, just additionally, we don't have so many staffing resources, so if it's a staffed committee, we would request council to take a look at which committee they would want to potentially reduce to add on new committees, because staffing has some challenges with the current workload that we have. So an additional committee means I have to pull staff onto that.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering, since the clerk said that it is linked to the police department, can I do some investigations, or maybe staff do some investigations about what safety committees that they have, and maybe that we could be part of their committees?
Or maybe ask if they want a safety committee. I mean, they're the experts. I don't know what value we're gonna bring by creating a safety committee when we have bylaw.
Could we have that discussion is what I would like. So the CAO will talk to the police?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. The second item, within our climate adaptation plan, there was a land acknowledgement in there, and I was wondering when the land acknowledgement report is going to come back from staff.
Through the chair, we are getting legal advice. We've been provided with some legal advice from outside legal counsel, so we have to put that into a form. There's been a couple of recent court decisions too that we are reevaluating.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to seeing the report.
Okay, Councillor Newestag.
On August 20th, we had another tragic death on the Niagara River, Chippewa Creek, not sure what we want to call it. And now as summer has come to an end, I think it's a good time that we sit back and not sit back, but have staff reevaluate what we can do to ensure the safety, so we no longer have another death on that river from people jumping. So anyway, I'm notifying council of my intent to bring a motion to the next council meeting to request that staff bring a report to see how the city and other appropriate agencies can improve public safety in the Welland River, also known as Chippewa Creek. Creek, yes? Whatever.
Crick, if you're from Chippewa, it's Crick.
Crick, it's Crick.
Clearly not from
But,
Chippewa.
yeah, and looking at the boat ramp, the dock by Tim Hortons, and the bridge as well.
Okay. Okay, so that's coming. Do you need anything else, Mr. Clerk, besides that?
No, if you could pass that along in writing to us for the record, that would be great, and we'll list that as a motion on the next agenda.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Baldinelli.
Unfortunately, Councillors Strange and Councillor Pietrangelo were unable to attend our last meeting, and I'd like to, they'd like some input, so I'd like to make a motion to reconsider PBD 202347, the city-initiated employment land conversion.
So now is this a notice of motion, Mr. Clerk, or is this what exact, just so I understand?
Yep, by the sounds of it, that would be a notice of motion. We'll list that again on the next council agenda. It does have to be moved and seconded by councillors that voted in the majority from last meeting. And I believe, looking at the minutes, everybody voted with the exception of Councillor Thompson. So we would need a seconder on that, and then we will just jump in on the procedural bylaw for next meeting about the 2/3 majority. But so far, we've followed procedure by having it done as a notice of motion.
Okay, so for tonight, we're good. Yep, okay, we've got that. Any other new business or notice of motion? Motion for adjournment. Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor... No? You don't? Oh my God, oh, thank you for that. I thought you guys had a bet on what time it was going to be over. I thought maybe... Oh, we passed it? Oh, I hope you won something. Motion, Councillor Pietrangelo, we're going to do the bylaws. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to give the bylaws the first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Motion for adjournment, Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.